Sorry about that.
Okay. This meeting to order. In closed session, 1A, county negotiations, was nothing to report. 2A, County of Amador versus Kathleen Allison, update given. 3A, claim W. Heinz, board denied claim 5-0. 3B, claim of D. Jones, board denied claim 5-0. And 3C, direction given to staff, and confidential minutes were approved. If you wouldn't mind standing and doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Public matters not on the agenda, discussion items only. No action will be taken. Any person may address the board at this time upon any subject within the jurisdiction of Amador County Board of Supervisors. However, any matter that requires action must be referred to staff and/or committee for a report and recommendation for possible action at subsequent board meetings. Please note there's a 3-minute limit per person. Bill?
Good morning.
Morning, Bill. Morning.
One question. When are you going to have the American Recovery Act plan on a public agenda so that the public can weigh in on the uses of the plan? You've taken care of yourself. You gave yourself all raises through stipends through that use. Now we're waiting to see what we're going to do with the rest of them. And, you know, I'm kind of waiting to get some refunds for the increased cost of my rent and fuel and shelter, et cetera, like you guys got.
Well, Bill, it was on the agenda like 3 months ago, I think. So we discussed it at that time here in open session.
3 months ago, you had it on there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
And it was announced as a public hearing so people could show up and,
No, it was a regular agenda item.
well, my God, how in the hell are people supposed to know that they have an opportunity to input if you announce it like that? If you'd have said, like agencies that I've checked on, they announce it and it's set there as a public hearing.
And then we even had a separate agenda item for money set aside for nonprofits. I think we had that at least twice. So, you know, how we're going to allocate some of that funding to
And the public
nonprofits.
actually had an opportunity to commit.
Yeah.
Frank, I doubt it. That's nonsense. You know
No,
it, I know it.
It was
and the
on,
public
it
knows
was
it.
on the agenda, Bill.
But you didn't
I'll send
announce
you-
it so that people would know that they could come and
It was,
give input.
it was posted, what, 72 hours
Let me
beforehand?
suggest that you go back and send out another notice that allows the public to see what the item is so they can come in and make their comments relative to the usage. That's the only fair thing to do. Anything else is a crock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Wendell Pert. He was a longtime resident of Pine Grove, and he passed away on January 25th. He was a veteran of the U.S. Navy and a doctor of veterinary medicine.
Please, moment of silence for Wendell Pert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor, we do have two hands raised for comment online.
Looks like we have Don Dowell. Go ahead.
Wait, I think you.
just got to unmute, okay.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh,
This is Don Dowell from Lockwood. I would ask
that the supervisors remove item 7J and 7N from the consent agenda today. I don't feel they were discussed fully in the last meeting, and I believe there's still more discussion to be had before these are adopted.
Thank you. Rhonda?
Too late.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to say something I never thought I would say. I absolutely agree with Bill May. I think it is lots of things that could be used. That we are in a pandemic. We have times of people struggling, and I completely agree with Bill May's comments as far as what he had stated, as far as the monies that you have given yourselves. There's lots of needs out there, and that could have been discussed further for how those needs of your community could be addressed. So again, on record, I agree with Bill May on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Coulson?
Go
Yes, I
ahead.
would just like to agree with Don Dowell. I think that items 7J and 7N are very problematic and controversial and deserve to be discussed in an open agenda, not on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Motion to approve the agenda?
Move. Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Neto, second by Supervisor Axe. We have to have a roll call vote because Richard Forrester is on Zoom. Jennifer?
Supervisor Oneto?
Aye.
Supervisor Crew?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Axe?
Aye.
Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Okay, consent agenda has been requested by the public. We're going to pull 7J and 7N off, and we'd like to have the conversation right now. So, anybody have a first start on this for this? Any of the supervisors?
Well, we've discussed it twice. I guess we want to hear see where the public concern is.
Yeah, I want to hear from the public what their concerns are.
Okay, anybody in the
Where the
audience?
confusion is, yeah.
Anybody in the audience? Okay. Anybody on Zoom? Please raise your hand. Catherine Evett, please unmute.
Thank you. My dog just came running in. One issue I wanted to raise was I have seen the memo from Dr. Rowland that calls into question whether the county can properly pay that premium pay in COVID to the supervisors. And I think you need to take a hard look at that. She did a thorough job of researching it, and I think it looks like a very questionable pay increase for all of you. And I just want to reiterate what I said at the last meeting. I really don't like this idea of putting pay raises on autopilot when there's actually no performance standard required for supervisors and no performance review. And also having longevity bonuses that go on and on for years. That is doesn't make any sense to me as a taxpayer. Thank you.
Catherine, clarification to Supervisor Neto. You said putting pay increase on autopilot and longevity, they're one and the same, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, can you answer the question if it's legal for us to do this? To give us a $2,000, that's kind of been in question.
Well, I haven't seen the the memo that's referenced, but, you know, in some instances, elected officials are treated like employees, and in some, they're not. And in this context, you're, just like employees, you were obligated and did come to work, treated as sort of, essential workers in that sense, because you had a job to do, you had to come in and do it, and you did do it. And so I think that, you know, the justification memo that was prepared can apply to you and the other elected officials.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown, this is Supervisor Forster. I asked CAO Eiley to be prepared to discuss this also, so he should have some information.
Well, what I was talking to Supervisor Forster about was the use of the ARPA funds as a whole. And you know, there's a lot of different uses it could go to, and there's a lot of reasons why we would want to do one thing versus the other thing. Right now, we're looking at, to this point, we've committed about 4 million of the 7 million that we've got. We've got 3 million still outstanding, 2 million that we haven't committed, and 1 million that we've set aside as a contingency for the unknown. We know that the state is in the process of mandating another 80-hour leave bank. That is an expense that the ARPA funds can be used for. The other question is how much paperwork is going to be involved with these funds. We had 2 different grants that came from the feds. One was the CARES Act, one was the ARPA funds. The CARES Act came with almost no strings attached. To just pretty much use it however you want to use it. We're not going to follow up. The ARPA funds came with strings beyond our worst fears that we're going to have to justify everything. The use of these funds for to just give out to employees outside of the county where we don't have paperwork on these folks is going to be very challenging, and we would probably have to staff up to do that. At this point in time, we've avoided staffing up to handle these things. When we went to give the funds to the nonprofits, we asked the Amador Community Foundation to administer that so that we didn't have to deal with the staffing up, and they have agreed to do that. We would have to spend some funds on staffing up, which is an eligible use for the ARPA funds. The other question I would have is whether or not we want to do this within the cities, because the cities also got ARPA funds, and I don't think any of them have had public hearings either. You know, if we want to allow the cities to double dip, we can certainly do that. That's up to the board. But
who received out of county staff this premium pay?
All the employees have received premium pay.
Did Amador Fire Protection District also receive?
And Amador Fire Protection District has also received, yes. So we don't have an agreement yet with one unit in the district attorney's office, but I expect once that is resolved, they will receive it as well.
Has the board received a pay raise in the last 3 years?
No, they have not. The board has not received it. The board has declined every time, even though the general unit has received, and they have not.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
I have one more thing. The Supervisor Forster again. I appreciate Dr. Rowland's email and her comments. On her points A, B, and C, do work that involves COVID exposure risk and or supports critical infrastructure, work on site, not remotely, and C, meet income threshold requirements of the income waiver. I think we meet all 3 of those, tell you the truth. And I'm sitting home at home right now recovering from COVID because I was out of county function for California State Association of Counties last week, where every person there had to be certified that they had their vaccinations and boosters and wear a mask, and I still contracted COVID. So yes, we are participating and doing our job, and yet some of us are still getting COVID. So it happens. I don't want tears from anybody. It's just, it's a natural thing that's going to happen, especially with the Omicron variant. So yeah, I don't think there's any problem taking a closer look at some of Dr. Rowland's points. I really think we should leave politics out of it, because at the end she veers off, I think, and talks about you should all be supporting the process and vaccinations. And I think we have been to this point, but don't call me a politician. I mean, we're elected officials. We try to do our job. We work hard. I think there are complications when you're looking at giving it to anybody outside of the county system. I think it should be looked at, but there are complications with trying to be accountable, because ultimately we're protecting the people we're giving it to, because if they're not accountable with that money, then they're going to be the ones that have to pay it back in the future, not the county. I think we've worked openly, as Supervisor Axe has pointed out, in numerous meetings. We've had this on the agenda. One of these items on closed session today was on open session last week. So the only one that's commented on it is Bill May. I'll give him credit for that. But, it's been a open process and on our agenda numerous times. So to say that it hasn't is just a flat not true.
Chairman,
Yes,
Supervisor Crew, we still have some money left over, and we had an ad hoc committee. It was a year and a half ago, I think, when it first came out, maybe to make the process a little more transparent with the money that hasn't been dispersed yet. We reach a point, maybe we could have an ad hoc committee and have a public hearing resulting out of that
Bring it back to that.
for more clarification on going forward.
That ad hoc meeting was normally the chair and vice chair.
Yeah.
I would like to not join that as vice chair, because I am chair of Water Association. There may be a conflict of interest. I'm wondering if one of the other supervisors would like to take my place.
Originally, it was me and Supervisor Forster, and
Would anybody have a problem with Supervisor Crew taking my place?
By all means, no, be fine.
Okay.
so not saying there were any things to rectify, but for the sake of clarity and maybe, because I think if they saw all the restrictions, they would understand more the positions we're taking. You can do this, but you can't do that, even though it looks a lot like this, Chuck was just mentioning. So
Right.
when we get to that point, I will wait for the next state mandate on the leave, because that will determine a lot of
Okay. Supervisor Neto?
Supervisor.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I think that'd be a good idea to have the committee look at it a little more. I mean, I'm okay with some of the funds going towards county purposes, where it benefits the public at large. I do have a little concern about if you go in there and start going out, giving to private businesses, when there's probably enough need within the county and within nonprofits that serve the general public. And if you're going to private business, you're gonna be picking winners and losers. It's not gonna go very far, and it won't be benefiting the general public. I have a lot of sympathy for private businesses. What they've gone through the last few years has not been very much fun. I will say the county staff, as far as the premium pay, they did show up, they did their job. The first few weeks is really kind of a pretty wild scene, you might say. People didn't kind of know what this thing was, what it's going to do. But yeah, the county employees showed up. They did their job. There for a while, it was, by appointment, whatever. It's been open for a lot of times. People come in, talk to staff. Staff goes out and talks to people. Supervisors go out and talk to people. I will say there's some members of the public said, hey, they didn't go anywhere. Or, I mean, I have some people used to come in here, you see them fairly regular at our board meetings. I think one of the people up there in Zoom, not to say names, I haven't seen that person probably in a year and a half. So they don't have to go to work, they don't have to show up. So do I have a problem with paying county employees a premium pay for doing their job during COVID? I think that's a very good use of the funds, and I have no problem with that. That's just kind of some of my thoughts on that. It seems like there's a lot of controversy been brought up. I understand it's election season. That may be part of it, and part of it maybe people have some concerns. But I think, like you're saying, we'll have the committee and then we can address concerns. And I think this board's been very transparent, and we don't have I don't have any issues being more transparent. Whatever the public has an issue, we'll address it.
Mr. Chairman, we have another comment on that.
Supervisor Axe?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that originally I supported the use of the premium pay for supervisors, and I still believe that we've satisfied the criteria and we have shown up during the pandemic. However, at this point, I'm not inclined to support that anymore. Furthermore, last time I wasn't, supportive of the steps that were approved. I think that should have gone through a different process. I'm not against that if that's what a consensus from the public, giving public input. So again, and also with the premium pay, I think that if they're certainly justifiable. However, at this point, I think we need to go through reevaluate how we get to that endpoint.
Okay. Anybody in the audience here want to talk again? Yes, Bill.
Just quickly, do the right thing, have the public hearing on use of those funds. And Rhonda, thank you very much. Sometimes we can't agree.
Okay, Don?
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. I'd like to point out that you gentlemen just came out of closed session where you were negotiating raises for county staff, as is typical in any management position. You, on the other hand, are taking federal COVID funds, designating them as contingent funds for emergency, and then dispersing them out to yourself in the form of longevity raises. I would question the optics on that.
No, that's not correct.
Yeah, Don, let me stop you real quick, and you can continue in just a sec, but the longevity is going to come from the general fund. Those are not ARPA funds.
Okay, well, it's somewhat confusing when they're both on the agenda at the same time. But still, I'd like to know who was negotiating with you the way you are negotiating with the unions. You claimed in the last meeting that your performance reviews are your elections. Well, your performance reviews as the elections doesn't really address the issue of raises, and I would submit that the board, if they really think they deserve these longevity raises, should put it to a vote of the taxpayers rather than just vote themselves a raise. I don't know any other job where the worker can increase their salary unilaterally.
But yeah, this is Supervisor Brown. You just made the same statement. You want us to vote on us. So if I don't do a good job, I'm not going to get reelected.
Well, no,
So
what I'm saying is that the public may not think you deserve additional money for the job you're doing. That doesn't mean you're not doing a good job.
So we need to have an election every time Because we normally.
Every time you want to allocate more money to your personal bank account, yes, I think you should.
Okay. Anything else?
Well,
Supervisor Neto?
you know, I will, question our elected officials, county employees, Mr. Council.
So I guess the answer is it depends on what you're talking about. I think for purposes of using the ARPA funds to do the premium pay, I think you can, that you would be in the same boat as employees. But there's other situations, like talking about salaries in closed session. You can't do that for yourself. You can only talk about salaries. So it says employees, not including supervisors. So in some senses, they carve out elected officials from employees, and sometimes they're together. So I'm not sure what context you're asking.
Yeah, just, you answered it basically, and so I guess the point I'd make, any employees can have wages, the board talks about employee wages in closed session, out of the public view, and then decisions are made, they're brought forth to public. When elected officials, like the board has we set the pay for other elected officials, it was all done in public session.
It has to be done in public session. Yep.
Yeah.
Right, we just did that.
And it's, you know, something, I think sometimes, I don't mind rocks being thrown at me if I made a mistake or did something wrong, but it was kind of a little irritating. It's, for whatever reasons, which I had some, I voted against the pay in longevity and the premium pay. And the premium pay, I kind of had some heartburn. Wasn't sure on that one because, hey, the board showed up just like county employees. We probably saw more people than a lot of people did, you know, but that's part of our job. But then you see people accusing me of doing, you know, voting for this and doing this. If people want to accuse me, if I've done something wrong, fine, but don't just throw rocks at me because you want to throw rocks at me. That's be my request.
Mr. Chairman, we have someone else on Zoom.
Catherine? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I have a question that I hope somebody can answer, and I honestly don't know the answer to this, which is, are state elected officials, statewide elected officials, and national elected officials, do they get periodic pay increases just for staying in office for a long time?
As far as I know, they make their own pay scale. And that's one of the things that we tried not to do. We had an automatic pay scale 3 years ago where we were hooked up to the judges, and we were a percentage of. But we stopped that because we were going to get more of a pay raise than we could give staff, and that was not fair. So we went ahead and stopped any of our pay raises. So this is where we're at right now.
Well, I think that was commendable, but I do agree with Supervisor Axe that having some independent commission that could make a recommendation and look at how comparable counties handle this sort of thing it would certainly have a better look for all of you than voting yourself in automatic pay raises, and especially, you know, rewarding people for staying in office for more than 4 or 5 terms. Thank you.
John, go ahead.
Thank you. I might point out that one of our national representatives, Nancy Pelosi, is worth $500 million. She doesn't need a raise. It seems to me that there's an organized effort to harass the Board of Supervisors. The premium pay that you recommended for yourselves is a sliver of what you've distributed to the employees of Amador County. It seems legitimate, and just go for it. Don't get caught up in the politics. That's what the detractors are all about. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Supervisor Brown, I have a couple more comments.
Please, go ahead.
Supervisor Forrester again, just 3 comments. On the issue of paying outside entities, private businesses, it almost comes to a point of where do you stop? That's why we decided, the committee recommended we go with nonprofits and went through the Nina Machado and first 5, and then working with the Amador Community Foundation. But I've had grocery workers come to me that I know and say, why shouldn't we get premium pay? Well, that should be coming from their employers. I know a grocer who owns an establishment very well, and he told me, I'm almost embarrassed to say how much more money I made during COVID, because people were forced to stay home and forced to do a lot more shopping. So it's almost a point of where does it stop? We should still have that discussion. Who should be eligible? The second point is the committee has looked at, and I think the board has looked at some point, possibly additional premium payments to county employees who have been in positions where they were, let's say they were affected even more than the normal county employees. For instance, public health, maybe social services. So that's still on the table. The other issue of longevity, the board is just looking at consistency. We're not doing anything different than we're doing for any other elected official. And I think who can argue against consistency? I guess we're hearing that today. But I think you should be fair, firm, and consistent on your decisions, and that's where that's based.
Thank you, Supervisor Forrester. Supervisor Neto?
I think what Supervisor Forrester brought up is a very valid point. It's something, when we're looking at this, one of the things I said was, hey, if we're going to give it to our employees, let's give it to all of them, because if we say, well, this group we think is a little more important or did a little more on that group, you're going to have World War III, bad morale. It's going to be really bad. This one here, everybody got to pay full-time employees. And if you look at the private sector, a lot of the private sector, they gave their employees more money, or they gave them bonuses for working through COVID. So for the county to do a premium pay for the employees showing up and doing their job during COVID, I got no problem with that. I support it. And
Mr. Campbell?
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, I'm up in Buckhorn.
There you go.
Well, as far as premium pay, I mean, most of us in the private sector were either told we were non-essential or had to shut down our businesses and all that. I should have just gotten a government job in the beginning, I guess, to be honest. And this longevity thing is, I'm sorry, I like all you guys, but it's asinine. I mean, the longer you're in there, what incentive is there to ever leave? It's just asinine, guys. You shouldn't be doing it. I mean, you're just telling people we're going to try to stay in there as long as possible and make as much as possible, when young people my age are like, hey, we'd like to have a chance at these seats too. And that's sorry, but that's kind of how where it's going. The 24 years plus. And how long do you get a 30-year bonus? I mean, we're talking about generations now in office at that point. So just my thought. Thank you. Bye.
Don Dowell?
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. I'd like to point out that I'm not, my issue with the agenda items are not with the one-time payment. I think you guys do deserve the hazard pay, and I think that's warranted. But in terms of voting yourself an ongoing increase, every other taxpayer citizen of this county, if they are in a situation where they think they need an increase, they go out and find a job that pays them better. I would submit to the board that if they need more money, they should look for a job that pays more.
Okay. Forward.
Hi, my name is Christy Bickerdike, and I live in Ione. And I had written to Mr. Forrester about this. One of the things, you know, the whole thing with your-all's raise is a thing, and I'm not going to really address that. What I'd like to ask the board to do is to check, through the USDA, there's a grant program that has started to help farmers and grocery workers, okay? So they're not county employees, they're not you guys, they're not, you know, we're just regular folk. And you have a lot of farmers in this community, and you have a lot of grocery and retail workers that could benefit from that. And one of the issues that was brought up in our conversation, which is fine and it's valid, is the implementation and the follow-up, you know, who gets it, who doesn't, who's going to monitor where that money goes, because really you don't want to get yourself in a situation like EDD has, you know, because that is every one of those people should be fired, actually, in my opinion. But, you know, we don't want to get into that. You know, we're a small, you know, close-knit community, but you do have people that do need help. I moved up here over a year ago from the Bay Area to take care of my father, who's lived in Ione for 30 years. And it's hard. It's hard. You know, it's hard for me, and I have experience, I have skills, I have things. You know, you have people here that do need help, grocery workers, farmers. You have a big community. And if we could figure out a way, whether you do it through your auditor, you know, through the county auditor, who, you know, that's what they do, is audit things.
The problem is we don't have the people's information. So it'd be an interesting situation to try to find who's making a lot of money on farming and who's not making money on farming.
Well, and the thing is that through the USDA, you know, they give you a criteria of who would qualify, you know, and I'd really like for you guys to look into that or find, so I'll be happy to help you with that, you know, because.
And that's what we're talking about with the ad hoc committee, to go in the later side of this.
Yeah.
You know, so right now we're trying to decide on, you know, 7N and 7J right now.
Well, you know, I worked grocery right from the very beginning. I was the one that reported it to my store in Safeway down in the Bay Area. When I was like, we're going to have problems in about 15 minutes, which we did. And I worked 16-hour days for a year and a half, you know, so I know. And sure, Safeway gave you, you know, they gave you $3 an hour, you know, for about 2 months, and that was it. And I appreciated that, you know, but there's a continuing problem. People need help getting back, and part of that is that grant money that all these people have paid for, you know. And if you need help getting that information, I'll be happy to help you, because we need to help each other.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So board, we've had enough discussion on this. Where do we want to, oh, we have somebody else?
I don't know.
Anybody else on Zoom? Okay. Board? Recommendations?
I would make a motion that we approve 7J and 7N as presented.
Okay. Supervisor Crew has a motion on the table. Richard, your mic is muted.
Sorry about that. I coughed and I muted myself, and unfortunately our system locks me out at that point. So I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's seconded by Supervisor Forrester. Okay, roll call vote. Jennifer?
Supervisor Onetto?
Nay.
Supervisor Crew,
A. Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
Supervisor Axe,
No.
and Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Okay, it's a 3-2 again.
The budget increase actually requires a 4/5 vote, so that one would fail.
Okay.
Want to change your vote on that?
Question on that, so there's no budget increase. Question for county council. The ordinance has been approved, but there's no budget increase. What happens then?
Well, the ordinance will still go into effect, and the county will have to figure out how to, fund it at some point down the road. But the ordinance passed, and it will go, it will be effective in 60 days.
Yeah, well, no, I had real, I didn't, the premium pay was kind of, whatever, I didn't vote for it, but the longevity pay increase I have issues with. Did and still do. So yeah, I'm not gonna change my vote. And you can probably figure a way to fund it somewhere down the road, but I'm not gonna change my vote, Pat.
Well, the budget process is about to begin, right?
Right, but the new budget won't go into effect until July 1st. So we're gonna have to figure out how to make it through the rest of this year. We can pull from, I'll have to take a look at it and see what is left in the other accounts within that department.
Okay, so 7N was approved, 7J had failed. And
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Second, I'm sorry.
okay. Approval. A motion by Supervisor Axe, seconded by Supervisor Crew. Jennifer, roll call.
Supervisor Onetto,
Aye.
Supervisor Crew,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Supervisor Axe,
Aye.
and Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Okay, that is approved. We're going on to Dr. Kerr. You're still muted.
There we go. I
There
think
we
that
go.
worked. All right, it took some coordination between Jennifer and I to get that done. Good morning, supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to come and update you on the COVID situation in Amador County that's been ongoing. The COVID case surge in Amador County has peaked and is trending the right direction downward, but still at a high level. Since hospitalizations lag a week or two after infection, the surge is still impacting our local hospital. Sutter Amador Hospital's inpatient COVID positive caseload has remained high and peaked at 20 on the 31st of January. Currently, there are 16 patients, 10 of whom are Amador County residents, hospitalized or in the emergency room awaiting a bed due to COVID at Sutter Amador Hospital. There are additional 2 patients in Sutter Amador Hospital who were admitted for other reasons but tested positive for COVID and are requiring isolation while they're in. Isolation precautions. Another 3 Amador residents are currently known to be hospitalized out of the county elsewhere because of COVID. Regarding the intensive care unit availability, all 6 ICU beds at Sutter Amador Hospital are occupied, 4 of them by COVID patients who are all 4 on ventilators. None of the patients in the ICU at Sutter Amador Hospital are vaccinated. Of the remainder of the hospitalized patients at Sutter Amador, 3 were vaccinated, but have underlying immune compromise due to cancer and likely were unable to mount a robust immune response to the vaccine. The rest of the patients in the hospital are unvaccinated. To date, 335, which is an increase of 21 since 2 weeks ago, Amador County residents are known to have been hospitalized for COVID-19 illness, including 1 infant who spent the weekend in the hospital down in Sacramento. Our Mohawk program, our Medical Health Operations Area Coordination, has assisted Sutter Amador Hospital with placing patients at surge beds at hospitals in other counties during this past 2-week interval. The hospital asks that you please not visit the emergency room for routine COVID testing. Please don't visit unless you are sick or at high risk for complications from COVID and need to seek treatment. Other testing options are listed on the amadorgov.org website. Click the red COVID-19 banner, and on the left-hand side, there is a testing sites tab, or I think there's also a link to it from the main page. If you could put up the graph of the epi curve, you can kind of visually see the trend of the surge that peaked during the week of January 15th through 22nd. And again, it is starting to trend downward, but still at a high level. And on my screen, it says there's nothing to show here, unfortunately. If we're having a tough time with that, that updated curve will be posted on the amadorgov.org COVID-19 webpage today. So when you have a chance to put it up, I can always point it out when we get there. And we are also putting up on our data table pie charts that show the geographic distribution of cases. On the left-hand side pie chart is the cumulative total for the entire course of the pandemic. And then on the right-hand side, the pie chart reflects active cases, which are a total of confirmed, probable, and suspect cases, which are new in the past 10 days. The active case total today is at 228. That's down significantly. We were over 500 active cases a couple of weeks ago. At this point, we've still confirmed just the one pediatric multi-system inflammatory syndrome in child case back in 2021. And since my last update 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, there have been 6 additional deaths. 4 of those death investigations have been completed, and 2 more just occurred over the weekend that are still under investigation. So as far as confirmed death cases, 2 additional confirmed COVID-19 death cases have been added to Amador County's resident total. One is an unvaccinated man in his 70s, and one a woman in her 90s who had 1 dose of vaccine last spring and did not get her 2nd dose. That total is now at 67 confirmed Amador County resident deaths and 9 Mule Creek State Prison inmate deaths. The other 2 that have been completed investigation will not be in Amador County's confirmed total. They were both women in their 90s. One of them only had a supervised antigen test positive, but no confirmatory tests, so her case status will remain as a probable case. And the other, who died here in Amador County with her family, had been in a care facility elsewhere when she got infected with COVID. And so her case will actually count where she was residing out of jurisdiction, which is where her case is assigned. But she did die here in the county. Public Health sends our deepest sympathies and wishes for peace and comfort to the many families who have lost a loved one to COVID-19. And Jennifer, thanks for getting that epi curve up. As you can see, the blue bars represent confirmed cases. Those are ones that have had a test sent to a laboratory for a molecular PCR test that actually detects the genetic material of the virus. The green bars are the supervised antigen probable cases, and you can see a lot more of them occurring now here in 2022. A couple of reasons for that. One is just the case load has been higher. And also in many settings, the recommendation has moved from requiring or recommending a confirmatory PCR test for all positive antigens to saying, if you've been exposed and you have symptoms and you test positive with a supervised antigen test, we're going to count that as, enough evidence, and we're not going to require you to get yet another swab to be sent off to the lab for confirmation. The probable cases are represented here primarily in younger people, mostly part of the school antigen testing program that's happening at our local schools under the state's testing task force program, which the goal is to identify cases as soon as possible so those folks can be isolated and out of the classroom and stemming the tide of transmission to prevent classroom outbreaks. If you could move on to the pie charts, please. Overall, you will see that the trend is downward though, which is a good thing on the epi curve. I'll go ahead and just speak to the case totals while we're bringing up, there they are, the pie charts. 5,654 total to date for the entire pandemic Amador resident cases. And that again excludes Mule Creek State Prison inmates. That's an increase of 612 lab confirmed cases since my report 2 weeks ago. And year to date in 2022, we're at 1,485 lab confirmed and 489 supervised antigen test positive probable cases. As I said, the active case count is at 228, and the right-hand curve shows the relative burden in each of the geographic regions of the county. These case counts do not include unsupervised home self-tests, which are not required to be reported to public health. Of note, Mule Creek State Prison has also been having a surge in their inmate population during the months of January and early February. That peaked at 400 plus active cases in mid-January and is down to 131 active cases as of this morning. No Mule Creek State Prison inmates have required hospitalization for COVID during this current surge, which is remarkable because last winter, 2021, sometimes half of those hospitalized at Sutter Amador were from Mule Creek State Prison. A significant factor in this is that the Mule Creek State Prison inmate population is now over 90% fully vaccinated and 85% are current on their booster doses. So that is preventing that serious illness, hospitalization, and death, which is really the ultimate goal of the vaccination. Omicron has overtaken Delta as the predominant variant in circulation. The last confirmed Delta whole genome sequence that I've seen from Amador County was collected on January 8th. Since then, everything's been Omicron that's been whole genome sequenced. Because of Omicron's ability to evade immunity, cases are occurring in persons who have been vaccinated as well as those who've had COVID before. However, infections in persons with prior immunity from either vaccination or previous infection tend to be relatively milder than infections in those without immunity. Being fully vaccinated and getting a booster when eligible is the safest way to prevent serious illness, hospitalization, and death from COVID. Those who've been infected and vaccinated and get a booster when it's time have the highest level of protection. It's called hybrid immunity. Additional recommendations to prevent the spread of the Omicron variant are the same as what we should have already been doing. Outdoor activities are safer than indoors, but if you can't keep your distance in a crowd outdoors, masking is advised. Wash your hands often and stay home when you're sick. Indoors, maximize ventilation and wear a mask in public, especially while the community is at a high level of transmission. Choose the most protective mask you can that fits you well and that you're willing to wear consistently. The federal government has begun distributing N95 masks to pharmacies that are also partners in the vaccination effort. Locally, CVS, Safeway, and Walmart have received shipments of N95s to give out, a maximum of 3 per person upon request. Walgreens will likely receive a shipment in the coming weeks. You can monitor that on walgreens.com by searching N95, and a list of stores that have received masks nationwide will pop up. Testing is another key layer of mitigation, and it is becoming more widely available with at-home options. If you visit covidtests.gov, you may order 4 at-home tests to be delivered to your home address. An allocation of rapid antigen test kits for at-home self-testing was also made available by the state, and public health distributed those to local community benefit organization agencies for their clients who may otherwise have difficulty accessing tests. The OptumServe no-cost testing site at the Health and Human Service Building off Lower Ridge Road back entrance remains open Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays with hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and masks are required at the test site. The National Guard has been supplementing staffing at the site for the past few weeks, which has increased available appointment slots for test collection. Please pre-register for that testing at lhi.care, or you may call 1-888-634-1123 to register. Those with testing appointments are prioritized, but walk-ins will be accommodated as space allows. As far as the vaccine update for Amador County, COVID-19 vaccines are available and remain free for everyone age 5 and older. Over 53,500 doses of vaccines have been administered to Amador County residents. Over 9,200 Amador County residents have had boosters, but our highest priority remains for those who are still unvaccinated to get protected. Overall, 30.2% of the population in Amador County who are 5 and older have not had any doses of COVID vaccine. The age group breakdown of those who remain unvaccinated is 84% of 5 to 11-year-olds, 53% of 12 to 17-year-olds, 48.5% of 18 to 49-year-olds, 16% of 50 to 64, and 5.5% of those aged 65 and older. Average first doses, which reflects, the ongoing interest in vaccination, has fallen, and it has been at 10 to 15 per day on average over the past few weeks. Over 4,000 Amador County residents age 5 and older have had a first dose of vaccine and still need to get their second dose. It is important that you get the second dose of a 2-dose primary series in order to have protection, the best protection possible against serious illness and hospitalization, and a booster when it's time to stay up to date, as particularly with the emergence of this new Omicron variant. Persons aged 65 and older and anyone who's 50 or older with underlying medical conditions are the most strongly encouraged to get a booster dose. The timing for boosters is more than 2 months after a J&J dose or more than 5 months after completing the primary series of Pfizer or Moderna. And then you're eligible for a booster, and you may choose a different vaccine for your booster than you got for the original dose as a mix and match option. No-cost COVID vaccine clinics at the Health and Human Services Building, Suite 500, do continue on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And all 3 brands of COVID vaccine are available for any dose, including for children and for boosters. The best way to schedule for that is to visit myturn.ca.gov. Walk-ins are accepted, but must arrive before 5:30 p.m. and no walk-ins midday during the clinic staff lunchtime. For boosters, please bring your vaccination card, a photo of it, or a digital vaccine verification showing what you got and what dates for documentation. Some retail pharmacies also are continuing to offer COVID vaccines. You can visit vaccines.gov to check availability and schedule an appointment with them. The mobile vaccine team continues to focus on homebound individuals, and a home nurse visit may be scheduled for those by calling public health at 209-223-6407. Outpatient treatments are available, but the new therapies continue to be scarce and thus on allocation. 2 antiviral medications that can be taken by mouth must be prescribed by within 5 days of symptom onset and picked up at a pharmacy. A long-acting monoclonal antibody product that has emergency use authorization for preventive use, that's not after infection, but rather for very severely immunocompromised individuals who are unlikely to mount a response to the vaccine or have an absolute contraindication to completing a vaccine series. And that is an intramuscular injection. It is only available currently in Sacramento and Modesto in our region by physician referral. There is also one of the IV infusion monoclonal antibodies, Sotrovimab, which is the only one currently that has activity against Omicron in people who are infected and mildly ill. It needs to be infused within 10 days of symptom onset, and only for those who are not yet sick enough to require hospitalization. The goal is to prevent them from getting sicker. The antiviral remdesivir has now also got authorization to be used for outpatients as well as inpatients, but it's a pretty complicated process because it requires 3 days in a row of visits for IV infusions. None of these emerging therapies is a substitute for vaccination. Prevention remains the best medicine. And as this latest surge in COVID activity subsides, please continue taking recommended steps to protect yourself, your loved ones, and others who are vulnerable in our community. Get vaccinated and a booster when it's time. Because community transmission is still high, wear a mask in public. If you've been traveling or in crowded places, get tested for COVID. Anyone who feels ill, even with mild symptoms, should get tested and stay home while awaiting the results. If you don't feel great, again, please isolate. And I'd be happy to answer questions at this time.
Sorry, this is Supervisor X. Dr. Kerr, I believe the mask mandate for California is going to expire on the 15th. Is there any plans to renew that? Is that just going to lapse? And what's the next step?
So that is correct. It was released yesterday by the state that the enhanced universal indoor masking order that's been in place statewide since December 15th is going to sunset on February 15th. So as of February 16th, for the time being, it will revert to where it was pre-December 15th. And what that means is that unvaccinated individuals are still supposed to be masking indoors in public places. And everyone still needs to mask in certain high priority settings like public transportation, congregate settings, living facilities. The K-12 school indoor masking will remain a requirement as of that date. And going forward, policy is still being developed, but it's basically reverting to pre-December 15th at this point.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody in the audience?
I have a question, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dr. Kurt, this is Supervisor Forrester, just a quick question. Without getting political, if you can, you feel that some of the states that are red states, some of the states that are blue states that are dropping some of the mandates now are jumping the gun a little bit?
I think we all need to take a measured approach. And our goal is always to balance, and it's a delicate balance, the overall good of the community, but in the least restrictive way possible. And I think we always need to be monitoring the situation and prepared. Our hope is to continue to let up on restrictions and also let up on requirements for things like universal indoor masking. I think that our ultimate goal is to empower individuals to know what all the tools are that are available to them and utilize those when they feel it's appropriate. I think the challenge in this is that we still do need to protect our vulnerable populations, and it's a delicate balance. I don't see any economic shutdown type things in the future, but I think that we have to maximize things like indoor ventilation. Some of those kind of ARPA funds that have gone to certain sectors like the schools have been very much targeted towards those efforts to get better air cleaners and better filters in their systems. And then I think it's a great effort to get masks into the hands of people that are higher risk and want to wear them whenever they're in public. There was just recently a study published that those people who wear a mask consistently when they are in public and indoor places are significantly less likely to test positive. The N95s and the KN95s are the most effective at that protection. A surgical mask offers about 66% protection, and then cloth masks still around 50% protection. The better mask you can wear, the better off you are.
Thank you.
Dr. Kerr, this is Supervisor Brown. One of the things I was kind of noticing here is that there hasn't been any delivery of masks up to the upcountry from Pine Grove all the way up the hill, because places that people can get it is they have to come down here to Jackson. Is there any way of getting, Dollar General is a nationwide chain,
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not a
IGA.
pharmacy.
Yeah, I understand, but it's,
Yeah,
there's no pharmacies up country anymore. And so
that is
that's,
true. That is true. And
you know-
it's something that we can certainly explore further offline. There has been a cache of personal protective equipment made available through the Office of Emergency Services for non-healthcare providers. And we could certainly try and connect maybe those store managers with the OES to go through the ordering process and have some delivered up that direction for public distribution. Might be an option.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you could work on that.
Okay.
Okay, we have anybody else in the audience? Okay,
Supervisor Brown, just an aside, maybe, the AFPD fire stations could be a delivery and
True.
drop-off point through public health.
It's another good thought. Thank you.
Supervisor Neto?
Sorry, Supervisor.
No problem. Yes, Dr. Kerr. It's just kind of a curious question. It sounds like some of the stuff I read that they've figured out that the coronavirus it travels a lot farther than they originally figured in the air, the particles.
Oh, yes. As far as aerosol transmission versus droplet transmission.
Yes.
Yes. That's one of the
And-
reasons. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Oh, I was going to say that's one of the reasons for the increased emphasis on ventilation systems to try and, increase the air exchanges and filter that out to lower the potential amount of virus aerosols that could be in the air. One of the good analogies I've kind of heard several times is about cigarette smoke. And you think about if you're outdoors, that smoke just blows away. Indoors, it tends to accumulate. But if you have a high, exchange air filtration system, it can clear the room relatively quickly. And it's the similar concept of anything that's suspended in the air clearing out.
I guess one of my pet peeves, I know they seal better and they're probably more burglar proof, but it's like you take this building, I love to open a window wherever I'm at. You can't open a window in this building. And I'm just curious, you got the air circulating through the HVAC system. Could that circulate COVID particles too?
I am not a engineering HVAC specialist, but that's one of the reasons that I understand the term MERV, and they understand the higher MERV value, the better in those filtration systems within a building like that.
Yeah, I think in reality, it's become painfully obvious that COVID is here. It's pretty much gone through the community. It's in, my son's had it twice. So, I mean, you want to try to protect yourself? Yeah. Are we going to stay immune from it? No. I guess, so yeah, it's just some thoughts I had.
Okay.
As Catherine would say if she's online, let's see, somewhat random thoughts, but just thinking.
Okay, Bolskamp, please.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. And thank
Morning.
you, Board of Supervisors. And Jennifer, good morning. Dr. Kurz, thank you so much for your report. My question is, how are we looking as a county compared to the state as far as vaccination percentage, fully vaccinated? And then also, are we on the other side of this yet?
Good questions. Relative to the state as a whole, Amador County is less vaccinated. We are at 58% fully vaccinated, and the state is up closer to the 70% mark. But we are continuing to make gradual progress. We're actually at a very similar level to most of the other counties in the Sierra Foothills and in the San Joaquin Valley as far as vaccination rates go. And when you say on the other side of this, it feels like we're on the other side of this latest surge. We're trending in the right direction. We are all making efforts to try and take reasonable actions to knowing that this virus is never going to go completely away at this point. We have to coexist with it. We have to live with it. And what does it take to continue to protect our vulnerable communities and preserve our healthcare capacity? And those are really the primary focus going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Kerr. Thank you again for all the work you've put in.
You're welcome.
And
Okay, Beth Stanton.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown, we have a lot of masks. So if I can get them up country somewhere and they can be distributed, I'd be happy to take them up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We
You're
can talk
welcome.
offline and work that. That would be
Perfect.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Netta, did you have something else?
Yeah, Dr. Kerr, I'd seen a graph and just curious somewhere. I saw it on actually is One America News, and it talked about age standardized mortality rates by vaccination status per 100,000 person years. England age 10 to 14, deaths occurring between, and I'll send it to you at some point. Okay. Deaths occurring between January 1, 2021 and October 31st, 2021. And the source was Office for National Statistics, death by vaccination status, data set England. And I went on there and tried to look at it, and it seemed there was an awful lot of statistics. I had a short time to look at it, but what they were saying was true or not, I don't know. There's a lot of misinformation out there coming from all different sources, it seems like. But it was saying that unvaccinated had a lot lower rate of death than, as far as overall, than people had one vaccine or two vaccines. I know you can play with numbers, but have you heard anything along that line?
I have not. And I would be interested to look and see what the source of that material is.
Yeah.
When it comes to COVID, absolutely vaccinations are doing their job in preventing serious illness and death.
Okay, I'll send it to you. I just like, look at it and give me your thoughts, but thank you.
One more question, Supervisor Brown. One more question.
Go ahead. Okay.
Dr. Kerr, once you've been vaccinated and boosted, when is the next recommended time to get a vaccination? A year after you're boosted, within a year?
At this point, once you've been boosted and you're up to date, there has not yet been a recommendation for further boosters in this country. I know that Israel has deployed a fourth dose. We're looking closely at their data to see, has that been effective? What's the necessity of even going to that next step? At this point, the recommendations have not been for additional boosters after the first round. So for those who got J&J vaccine, they're recommended to get one more dose 2 months or later after their first one. For those who got a primary series with either the Pfizer or Moderna, they should have gotten 2 doses and then a booster if it's been more than 5 months after the second dose. The only population that I have heard any discussion about additional doses beyond that are very select immune compromised individuals. And at this point, it's a choice between, do they get another dose of vaccine or should they take advantage of the Evusheld monoclonal antibody injection, which is that long acting, it lasts about 6 or 8 months for those individuals. Passive immunity, that's the preformed antibodies that gets injected to give them the immunity they need.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Kerr. I appreciate you and all your staff and your weekly reports that we receive through the email and everything that your staff has done. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're going on to 5B, presentation of Argonaut Mine posters from the Kennedy Mine and Amador County Historical Society.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Axe and Mr. Crew, for sponsoring your new installation in honor of the 47 who perished in the Argonaut mine in 1922. And here is, this is the finished version for you. Try to get it on the video screen here. Let's see, which way?
It's the box over to the right.
Okay. Oh.
And if you do
You can see this.
and if you go to the right, you can do on Facebook.
Do this for the Facebook. Let's see. Lost our video person. Hopefully, we're on there.
It's still
You
green.
might want to hold them up a little higher, I would think.
You can view them.
Ease of schlepping things around. Here's a small version. Much easier to transport, of course.
Okay.
So Linda, do you want to take it from here?
Sure. So I'm Linda Gonzalez, and I, from the Kennedy Mine, and Kathy McGowan from the Historical Society is here with me. And we are, have a committee of multiple groups throughout the county, because in August and September of 1922, the eyes of the world were on Amador County because of the 47 men trapped in the Argonaut mine. So the rescue attempt was made. It took about 3 weeks, and it became known as the California's worst mine disaster. This year represents the 100th anniversary, so we're sponsoring a commemoration of that. And we have some information that I will be giving you about, Kathy will give you about that, of a series of events that will happen in August and September, starting with the August 22nd, the date of the start of the fire, through September 24th, and that would be after all the burials at the multiple cemeteries. So there's a list of events that are happening throughout the county. Groups that are participating are the Kennedy Mine Foundation, of course, the Historical Society, the Council of Tourism, the Chamber of Commerce, the Archives, the City of Jackson Cemetery Commission, the Italian Benevolent Society, Kit Carson Mountain Men, the Main Street Theater Works, Native Daughters of the Golden West, Native Sons of the Golden West, St. Sava Church, the Lions Club, and it keeps adding. We also have the local Red Cross group. It's doing research and from the archives in Washington, D.C. to find exactly what happened. So we look for your support in this and hope you'll be able to attend these things. We will be seeking funding in future times. And I also brought you a couple books in case you need to know more about them. 47 Down by Henry Mays. He was once president of the local historical society. And then Cedric Clute in conjunction with Tom Janisse, the Argonaut mine disaster, and it'll give you a lot of background on the Kennedy mine. So we hope you'll be able to come visit us and take part in all the activities. Kathy, do you want to talk a little bit about your research?
No, my little job for this is to find descendants from all of the victims and the rescuers and all the miners. And I have researched about 300 families, and I've actually got around 45 people from all over the country. I mean, I've got them coming from Texas and Nebraska and Missouri, Idaho, Utah. I've got it coming from all over. It's also a great tourist thing this is going to be because, and I think the number is going to grow to at least like 75 or so that are coming from out of state to attend this thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And on behalf of Ed Arata, who is molding today at the Knight Foundry, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I like the posters. Pretty cool.
Yeah, they're very nice. So, one of these is going into Sutter Creek and one's gonna remain here, or?
These are the two panels for the installation.
Okay.
We have a portable one.
Okay.
There was a request by Teresa Edie from Archives
Okay.
to use this in their window at the county fair.
And then once we hang them, there'll be like a dedication ceremony or?
That is correct.
Okay.
I believe on our schedule, we have September 22nd for the dedication, and that is the date of the
incident
dedication here,
okay.
And that commemorates with the 100th anniversary of the burial of the 46 miners, with the last one, Edward Fessel, who was found a year later in the mine.
I see. Okay. I look forward to that. Thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Okay, we're going, does anybody need a break, or we want to?
Let's do one more.
Okay. 5C, Plymouth Veterans Park, discussion and possible action relative to an update by the Veteran Park Committee as to the status and progress of developing the park.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Morning.
members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jim Wise, and I get the opportunity to chair the committee that is helping to develop Veterans Park in Plymouth, California. I'd like to correct just one item that is on the agenda today. This is to be a presentation only, and we're seeking no action at all from the board. It's to inform you as to the progress that we're making in the design and the outreach to create a memorial park in the city of Plymouth. I would point out that I've got with me this morning the vice chair of our committee, John Colburn. We've got Austin Ford with us, and as an indication of just how broad the support in our community is for what we're trying to do, we've also got from our Veterans Committee, Carl McDaniel, Marilyn McDaniel, Rick Miller, and Susie Clark with us this morning, kind of as a show of support and raise the flag for what we're trying to do. I would say parenthetically that what we hope to do is honor all of those who provided service through our military branches from the District 5 supervisorial area. It is also an attempt to make the park a interactive, vibrant park for the local community that actually encourages our local citizens to come to the park, and in so doing, learn about those who have preceded them or still working with them, of those who have provided some type of service to the country. So what we'd like to do this morning, if we could, is just briefly give you a little bit of a background of the park, tell you where we are. I think Jennifer's got a little video, a short little video that we'd like to show you, and then maybe answer any questions. I would just say that at some point, when we're much more mature and the design is a little bit more enhanced, we will be coming back to the county seeking for some funding and support. We know that there is money set aside for this account. We're not there yet, but we feel important for this to be as transparent as we can and to ensure that the community has some input into our process as we're going through the design. There's a number of elements that we would like to talk to you about this morning. But first and foremost, if I can ask Austin, because this is the individual who really was kind of the genesis to get this going to begin with.
Thank you very much, Jim. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Board of Supervisors, I'm Austin Ford. I live in Fiddletown. That's in District 5. And I'm a member of our local Rotary Club, the Rotary Club of Plymouth Foothills. I know at least 60% of you are very familiar with Rotary, but our mission is to do good for the community. And we're totally a service organization. I became president of our group in 2015. 2015 through 2016 was my year. And I wanted to find some kind of a project that would have some legacy to it, but also one that would attract a lot of, the interest would attract a lot of people. They'd want to be part of it. They'd want to help facilitate. It would have some meaning to them and something that would live forever, but most importantly, to honor those who gave up a chunk of their lives or their life so that we could be free. And I went to, at that time, I don't remember if it was John or Jeff Gardner was the city manager in Plymouth. And I said, Jeff, I'd like to do something interesting, something worthwhile for my year. And what could we do for the city of Plymouth? And Jeff thought for a minute and he said, well, the Veterans Park is something that could use a little work. And my reaction was, what Veterans Park? And I have to tell you, every time I mentioned, for the next few months, I mentioned Veterans Park to everybody, they had the same reaction, what Veterans Park? That was annoying. But I went over and looked at it along with Jeff, and it was a mess. I mean, grass was all grown in over the trails, and there was big ugly trees that didn't belong there. The entryway was just kind of scraggly, you know, it wasn't really an entryway. And grass was dead, you know, all that kind of thing. But the thing I noticed the most was the flag. You know, a big, beautiful flagpole with a flag in tatters flying from the top of it and no light on it. And that somehow that, you know, reached into me emotionally, and I had a need to do something. The flag is very important. We put together a group, no shortage of people wanting to help out with this. We got some grants from Rotary. Our club donated some money. The city of Plymouth was terrific. They were terrific to work with and put up some money. Although I think our total budget was around $12,000, right? Not an awful lot. But we get an irrigation system get in. We get the grass under control. Kathy Langeroff and her folks put in a beautiful entryway with plants and so on. It was very nice. We did get a light on the flagpole and a new flag. So I guess a lot of that done. And then and we got awards, some very nice awards from Rotary for doing all that. The next step then was to where do we go from here? And I thought, well, I kind of did my job here and kicking it off, my years, you know. And Dave Logan jumped in and started to take a look at it and see what we could do, put together a budget, put together some plans. Rand Huggett was terrifically helpful putting together some renderings of what we wanted to do and where we wanted to go. And Dave, of course, has moved out of the area, but he also negotiated a memorandum of understanding with the city of Plymouth, which is very helpful. How we'll work together is well defined in there. And then Dave was leaving, and I said, well, yeah, this is wonderful, you know, thanks, I've done my part. And he said, well, I think Jim Wise might jump up here and lead the charge. And I said, I'm there. I'd come to know Jim a little bit, and a tremendous respect for what he's accomplished in his life in many different facets of it. And I figured, okay, I'm on board. So with that, I'm going to give it back to you, Jim, wherever you are, and thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate that. And I would like to have John say a few words, but maybe it might be most helpful to get kind of a grasp as to what we're trying to do. If it's okay, Jennifer, if we could play this little video that was put together by Nell and Rocky Raymond, and it's conceptual at the moment. This isn't put to bed just yet, but an idea of where we're headed.
There we go.
Not sure we're at the beginning, but.
Yeah, you want to restart it.
There's actually an incredible musical score that got nominated for a Grammy, but you can't hear it. Just a couple of comments about the design and what we're trying to do that I don't know if you could make out from that video. We're trying to achieve two goals here: to make this park as attractive as we can, at the same time pay tribute to those who have provided service to our country. We're trying to incorporate a little bit of the history of the community by embracing some architecture. So you saw, for example, a head frame that would serve as an entrance to the park, a covered bridge that would transit over Arroyo Creek into the park itself. We would have some pavilions that would allow people to come and picnic in the park, and those would try to reflect some of the outbuildings that we've seen up here in Gold Rush country a bit. The center of the park itself would be six, well, we're calling them granite memorials that would, in chronological order, have the listing of those who've provided service to the country. We are also going to provide a little walkway with gardens, and we're going to provide small narratives of each of the different service branches so that there's a little bit of a informative and educational component to that, to the whole process as well, to enhance the whole concept of service to the country. But mostly it's a way to induce people to come into the park, because if you can't get eyes on the memorials themselves, there's no real benefit in trying to provide maximum type of honor that we can for these service vets. So those are kind of our mission statements and our goals. And I'd like to have John maybe make some comments if you.
Yeah, John Coburn.
Morning,
good
John.
to see you guys again.
Morning, John.
It's been almost 40 years since I was sitting where you gentlemen are. Well, I'd like to mention that just in Plymouth itself, we've had 10 fatalities of veterans that died in support of keeping peace in the United States. One of those was Tom Davis Jr., and he was actually the first fatality in World War II from Amador County. And we have over 700 names from the district, and we believe there's probably close to 1,000 veterans, and that's not only past veterans, but current veterans. And it's been probably 74 years, I believe, since there was money set aside. I believe that was done in 1948 for the veterans to honor the veterans. The other 4 districts in the county have, of course, used their money and have their monuments. But in 5th District, that hasn't happened. And at 74 years, that money sitting in the bank is not honoring the veterans of Amador County or 5th District. So we're very excited about, trying to move forward with this. And we've been at it for 4 or 5 years. We're trying to get it moving on a faster pace now. And we'd like to let you know that we are very much in touch with the public, and we're working with some other parks districts. One of them is the San Juan Recreation and Parks District in Sacramento. They've been giving us advice on what items actually are being used and how to best design the park. We're working with some locals. Mel Welch, who is the head of the senior exercise program for the county, is advising us on some of the equipment that we're going to try to use there. We want to try to put in walking trails that people can come and walk on and exercise. And along with that, there's a park in Rancho Cordova that I go to quite a bit with a friend of mine when she was walking her dogs, and they have senior exercise equipment. At 6 o'clock in the morning when we go out there, there's always 6 or 7 people on the exercise equipment. However, they have an awful big population to draw from, so we got to see the merits of that. But it's one of the ideas we have. One of the things we're trying to do is we're going to put in a dog park so people can bring their dogs and let their dogs roam with other dogs. But we're trying to make it a public-friendly park. We don't want to build a monument that nobody's going to see and nobody's going to visit. And we got some very, very good people working on this. Rocky and his wife are doing some unbelievable stuff with some of the design stuff. But we're trying to design around the money that we think that we're going to be able to get invested into this. And it goes, it's going to be based on that. And we're not trying to build a Taj Mahal. We're just trying to honor our veterans in the best way that we can. Thank you.
Wanted to do a shout out to Supervisor Neto. He's been a member of our committee, and he's just been very gracious with his time and his ideas, and it's been a real treat to be able to work with you, Supervisor Neto. Appreciate that. We are still, as I think indicated, trying to do outreach. We've been on the local radio station. We've been publishing in the Ledger. We want to ensure that we're being as inclusive as we possibly can to ensure that all of those individuals who provided service to this country are included on that wall. I know we've got a little bit of a shift when we did the redistricting for the supervisorial district. Our intent is to honor those that may have been in the old supervisorial district, as well as those that will be in the new supervisorial district. I'd rather be inclusive rather than exclusive, and if we make a mistake, oh, what a wonderful mistake to make on their behalf. I would also point out, if I could, that because we have public funds, this is laboriously slow. It's a little bit of a committee by design, the same type of an approach that brought you a platypus, but nevertheless, because we've got public funds at play here, we're having to be extraordinarily circumspect about ensuring that the public has access not only to the design, but to all the thinking that's going into the park itself. So we'll be having public meetings in the city of Plymouth as well to encourage citizen participation in every step of this process. We also have a website that we have created thanks to the great work of Marilyn back here. It's www.D as in the letter 5 as in the number D5vetspark.org. We got some preliminary data up on that site. We'll be adding to it and enhancing that site as we move forward. But I wanted to just say thank you for an opportunity to at least give you an introduction as to where we are and what we're doing. And we'll be back on a regular basis to provide you with updates if that would be okay with you.
And Mr. Chairman, I see we have our Veteran Services Officer, Terry Sanders, on.
Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. I just want to let you all know that I too am on this committee as a part of creating this Veterans Memorial Park. And as Jim said, we've gone on the radio, we've posted in the Ledger, so we're making this as available information as possible to the public. So we'll just keep going. Hard work. Thank you, Jim, for presenting.
Well, Terry, I apologize for not recognizing you. I didn't realize you're up there, but I'm really glad that you're there and that you said something. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Supervisor?
Gentlemen, I got to commend you. It already looks much better driving by. Is this a 5-year plan or a 2-year plan? Have you been able to concrete it that much, or to finish it?
Yes, we haven't. Obviously, the first goal is to ensure that there is public awareness that we're building this and we want to collect these names. We need to get to a final design as quickly as we can, and we hope that we'll get to that final design. I'm hoping in the next 30 to 60 days if we can.
Okay.
Again, the need to be transparent and to outreach is of paramount importance to us. But if we're looking at a couple years, we've got problems. We'd like to make this as expeditiously happen as we can possibly can. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else out of the public like to ask questions? On Zoom? Okay, well, I thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen.
And as a veteran, I really much appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the board.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back at 11. Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. We have a time-certain subject, code enforcement, discussion and possible action relative to appeal filed by Mr. Brian Matthews regarding an administrative citation per municipal code chapter 9.44 noise ordinance. The subject property is located at 16957 Emily Way, Sutter Creek, California, 95685.
All right.
Do we need to go with this? You, Mr. Supervisor Crew, you brought it back.
Yeah, I did. I brought the vote for reconsideration, and at that time, we wouldn't get into the details of why we did. We just voted for the reconsideration, and it was brought to my attention after the vote by some videos and emails from residents that there'd been no change, and if anything, it was getting worse, and that we should revisit it. And I thought that another view, a look at it, wouldn't hurt anything. So that's why I asked for the reconsideration. So I do have videos that will be available. Did we get that, Jennifer? So they'll be able to play them today? All right.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to state for the record, this morning I made a flying trip up there to just take a quick look at it, and I thought maybe I could drive around and see the properties. I couldn't see very well what I wanted to really see, so I went to Mr. Matthews' home and unannounced, so my apologies for that. And just talked to him and said, hey, would it be possible to see the trails, see the, kind of like where the trails went? And he showed me those, and just so for the record, I did do that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, so, There was a letter from, Mr. Seth Nunley that raised some issues. And I'd just like to touch on them really quickly before we get into the merits of this. One of the things he raised, is essentially that his position is that the county, just as a matter of law, cannot reconsider quasi-judicial hearings. And I don't think that's the case. I think what the rule is that if there's authority granted for the administrative body to rehear, then you can. And I think that's exactly what the county code does. So it was brought back at the next meeting at the request of Supervisor Crew that had voted in the majority. There was a vote. That vote passed. And then the board then reheard the issue. And then upon my recommendation so that the Matthews could be noticed, you continued it further to a date certain, which is today. So I think the matter is properly back before you as a noise complaint under the ordinance, which you'll just have to hear the evidence and make your determination on whether it's a violation of the county's noise ordinance or not after hearing from witnesses and parties. The other issue that I wanted to raise is that, as Supervisor Neto put his sort of ex parte communications and observations on the record, if any of you have had that have sort of related to the underlying issue, whether it's seen videos, Supervisor Cruz said he's seen videos which will be presented. I think that addresses the issue. If he's had communications or conversations with anyone, he should put those on the record as well, just so the opposing parties have a right to hear it and then could comment on it.
I will say myself, I've had a conversation with Dave Pickett at the beginning of this. That is the only thing that I have. I have not visited the property or talked to anybody else.
A question, Mr. Counsel. I also had a conversation with Dave Pickett, but that's not really pertinent to this, is it?
Well, it depends on if your conversation related to the motorcycles and the noise and whether it's a violation. I think you should articulate what that was. Yeah,
it did. I just asked him about, would it be possible to put, quieter mufflers in the motorcycles, and that's kind of, and talked about some of the noise standards in the state. We talked about just trying to find a way to make it quieter.
Hey,
I had the same conversation with Mr. Pickett, but that was after or during the last sessions that we had where we discussed the issue.
I've had conversations with neighbors throughout the process, but it goes way back from the beginning.
And is there anything of those conversations that weren't raised?
Nothing that hasn't already been said. So
that's the important issue, that everything, basically the issue is everything that you will or may be relying on to make your decision has been sort of shared at the hearing, whether it's something that's already been said or videos that will be showed.
Everything that I've talked to Dave Pickett myself is what was shared in here.
Okay.
For me.
Okay. Where do we go next?
So I don't know if code enforcement. Do you want to? I mean, we're basically back for this hearing. So if you want to present your matter.
Amador County Code Enforcement, Michelle Gallagher. I don't have my presentation, obviously, to represent, but just to kind of sum up, I have 16 complaints from neighbors.
The sheriffs were called out there several times in regards to the noise complaint. And I do actually, I don't know if you want me to read them now or wait. I do have two neighbors that were not able to attend today that wanted me to read something. Good now? Okay. This one is from Ken Loveland. To Michelle Gallagher, Code Enforcement Officer, I attended the January 25th meeting and raised my hand when asked if I opposed motorcycle riding in a residential subdivision. Unfortunately, I will be traveling for the February 8th Board of Supervisors meeting, but would like you to read my statement. Dirt bike riding should not be allowed in a residential subdivision. It is unacceptable. The ordinance 9.44.010 public nuisance noise should be enforced. If allowed, it will devalue my property value and may make my home unsellable. The noise is extremely offensive and disturbing. If allowed, it also creates a fire danger in our subdivision. The Matthews continue to let their children ride dirt bikes on a regular basis. As a homeowner of Surrey Junction, Amador County, I oppose dirt bike riding in a residential subdivision, and I support the following ordinance 9.44.00. Kenneth Loveland. The second one is from Sherry Tassos. This one was dated on January 23rd of 2022. Hi, Michelle. I understand there is going to be another meeting on Tuesday morning, January 25th, 2022, pertaining to the noise ordinance and the dirt bikes in Surrey Junction. Since I'll be unable to attend, I was wondering if you could possibly read the letter below I sent you last year on December 1st, 2021. It would be greatly appreciated. Hi, Michelle. I live on Surrey Court in Surrey Junction, Sutter Creek. For the past few months, I have been hearing what I think are multiple very loud dirt bikes racing around somewhere behind our property. Emily Way runs right behind our property, and it sounds like the noise is coming from there, but I can never see any bikes going by through the trees. I have a feeling that it is coming from the 20 acres behind Emily Way. This last Monday, it was particularly noisy as I was out working in my yard with the gardener. Our bedrooms are on the north side of our house, which face Emily Way, and sometimes sleep late in the mornings and have been woken up by the sound of these motorbikes. I hate to complain, but I know that kids will be kids, but this used to be a very quiet neighborhood the past 20 years. I would hate to see our property value affected by the noise. Thank you, Sherry Tassos. Those are two. Any questions?
She didn't say how far she was from the house, Matthews, did she?
I'd have to look up her address, but she lives on Surrey Court. To see which house it is on there.
Thank you.
I could do that if you want me to and come back up. It's up to you.
That's probably okay.
Okay.
Mr. Matthews, you want to come up?
Members of the board, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again. Couple of things. Code enforcement just mentioned the 16 complaints and the sheriff's office being called out numerous times. I just want to clarify that that's prior to the January 4th meeting and has not occurred since January 4th. So between January 4th, when the original vote was cast, till now, for the record, I want to make sure that there's an understanding that there hasn't been additional complaints through code enforcement that I'm unaware of, and I know that the sheriff's department has not been called out, at least to our residents. Is there a way I can clarify that?
No.
No, okay. The January 4th meeting, I took away from the conversation that we had with about 6 takeaways for my family to be working on. And then at the end of that meeting, it was discussed with the chair at the time with code enforcement that they would possibly revisit this in about 3 months. We started actively putting in our response to those 6 measures immediately. And one of those was riding on county roads. That was something discussed unanimously about all 5 of you, not to happen again. Has not happened since that January 4th meeting. It was also discussed spark arresters needed to be implemented in the bikes. That happened over a week ago. Those are in place and verified. Modifications to minimize the noise. That's also been the equipment to purchase that. The new exhaust has been purchased. It has a spark arrestor and a sound minimizer, if you will, added to that as a feature. 3 of the bikes have it. Those are the 3 bikes ridden on the property. Reduce the use of the bikes. I'll get into that more here in a minute. Work with neighbors on times. Going into the January 4th meeting, there was a inability on parties, both sides of the party, to agree, and it was mentioned almost by all 5 of you that was your hope, is that we would start working together on dealing with this amongst ourselves. January 6th was a meeting. January 4th was a meeting. January 6th, my wife sent out email to our 2 closest neighbors, letting them know what the riding times would be. And I should mention that it was specifically said from members of the board that we're not telling you cannot ride bikes. Just, you got to limit the amount of use. It was excessive that was happening prior to the 4th, so that has to change. And so it should be no surprise that there are additional videos popping up of dirt bike use. And so we started keeping a log on the 4th, and I'll get into that in just a moment. The correspondence with our neighbors was to let them know that we intend to ride our dirt bikes on Tuesdays between 3:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon, so 1 hour of riding. Thursdays, 3:30 to 4:30 in the afternoon, 1 hour of riding. And on Saturdays, we'd create, because we do have busy schedules, and that was the holdup with us being able to commit to the weekends, is a 4-hour riding block, but only allowing the kids to ride for 1.5 hours. So between 10 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, we'd permit our kids to ride for 1.5 hours. They would have to ride together if they were to ride, or it's only 1.5 hours. Whoever starts riding, let's say at 10 o'clock, at 11:30, it's done. And if other kids want to start riding 45 minutes later, it doesn't continue it on. So we're not creating a 4-hour riding window where people are riding continuously for 4 hours. It's only an hour and a half. So if you go back to the testimony from Lynn and from myself reading her comments, her notes about the riding log on January 4th, it was the opinion of some members of the board that was excessive, and there was a lot of dates on there. We have reduced it down to 3.5 hours of riding on our week, broken up over 3 days. I have that riding log. Starting January 4th, which is when we talked about making some significant changes. January 4th, the kids rode 2 bikes for 15 minutes. January 6th, they rode for 40 minutes, 2 bikes. January 11th, they rode for 1 hour. On the 13th, they rode for 1 hour. And on the 22nd, they rode for 1 hour. So since our last meeting, when I stood up here and testified with you, that's 1, 2, 3. That's less than 4 hours of riding. So when I hear about a reversal, and I'm sure that not all the correct information has been provided to the board about the excessiveness or lack thereof, there's nothing, in my personal opinion, excessive. Since January 4th, and the last riding time was on the 22nd, and then we got noticed the day before the reversal that there was going to be a meeting, and so we haven't rode since. Since January 4th, we took the kids away from the property. That was another thing that was commented on. Can you get the kids off the property and away from the property to ride at some of these other locations? Yes, we did that. 3 Saturdays, the kids didn't even ride on the property. We took them away to Prairie City. On the 18th and 20th, which were 2 days that we had told the neighbors that we would allow to ride, that's midweek, they didn't even ride. So they're not even using all the opportunity that Jen and I have given our kids to ride, and we're taking them away as much as possible. The neighbors responded to our text with, "We don't care what your plan is, it is unacceptable to allow the kids to ride at all."
You have that in a printed form?
I do have that in a printed form. Can I bring this to you, sir?
Sure. I'll pass it down the board.
We've also conducted, we invited Dave Pickett to come out to our house. I understand that the code violation is not a decibel issue. However, I think that, and he can speak to this at greater length, but the decibel for a conversation in this room is at one level. I don't have a meter in front of me, so I'm not going to speak to what that is. However, there's certain standards and certain things that can be extrapolated from those numbers. And I think that that information, although not specific to the code, is still relevant for conversation as far as distance to property lines and what those meters, those calibrated meters are picking up. I think that that lends itself to what's excessive, what's not, in my opinion. And so finally, I think it's important to realize that even going into the 4th, I testified to this on the 4th, our intent is not to violate county ordinance. We're not trying to be that noisy, difficult neighbor. At the time, January 4th, well, prior to code enforcement providing their packet to us that had the 16 complaints in it, and with the exception of 3 deputies responding to our house prior to the 4th, and 1 neighbor vocalizing her displeasure with writing. That's really what our knowledge of the complaint or the nuisance was at that time. It was 1 neighbor complaining and 3 deputies coming out at different times that we were aware of. That was it. Going into the January 4th meeting, obviously we were provided with more detailed information, had the extent to which it did, the 16 complainants, and we heard testimony from other people. We left here with the recommendation or the understanding that there were those 6 action items that we wanted to work on. And as I mentioned, not riding on the county road, spark arresters, minimizing noise, reducing the use of the bikes, going along with that, bringing the bikes in closer to the home so they're not closer to the neighbors' yards. We did that as well. Working with our neighbors, although they haven't been willing to work with us, we have tried that and done the noise meter readings. I purchased at the expense of $600, 3 new exhaust pipes for the bikes that provide the muffled sound and which we can notice a difference. So that's a huge thing. And the spark arresters. So we've done every actionable item. Most of these were already in place before the decision was reversed. And the last couple, it was January 30th is when we did the sound testing on our property. For that, I should mention, we notified our neighbors, because the other agreement that we had in there that we let our neighbors know about was that if we were going to allow the kids to ride on an off day or conduct use of the bike in any way, that we would let them know. So we let them know in advance of our sound tests. The day of, we sent them a text saying, hey, look, we're going to be conducting sound tests for the next couple hours.
Question, Mr. Matthews. Now, when you said if you're going to ride an off day, you let your neighbors know, or you would ask them?
More or less let them know. We haven't used that with the exception of the sound test. So we're not, I don't know that I'm going to go around and try and seek permission from 5, 10 people. I mean, I
understand that, but just, you had like a schedule, but.
And we have kept to that schedule. We have not deviated from it, with the exception of the sound test that because of scheduling, there were 2 sound experts that came to our property and with our own schedules.
Yeah.
So it had to take place on a Sunday, which was the case. During that sound test, our closest neighbor came out and verbally accosted the sound expert and made his job a little difficult. He did bring a certified sound device close proximity to the fence, but within, I don't know, maybe it was, I didn't measure it, but maybe 15, 20 feet from the fence line, something like that. So we weren't up on anybody else's property, we were on mine, which made things a little bit more difficult. However, I think the point that we're at now is that we've done everything we possibly can to reduce the noise, eliminate the fire risk, which is a big concern, work with our neighbors, and make it safer and quieter for our kids to ride.
Questions from the board?
Only one, Mr. Matthews, where the sound tests, we hear a lot of you're riding right along the fence lines. Is that where you did the sound test? On the regular trails that you would use?
Sure. So I think it's better to have Dave Pickett kind of explain that a little bit, but I can tell you there was a calibrated sound device close to the neighbor's property. We didn't bring the bikes right up to the property line, but the kids don't ride right up against the property line. They ride, maybe I should have measured it beforehand, but I don't know. I think it's a considerable distance from the neighbor. They could probably disagree with that. However, for the sound testing, we didn't bring the bikes right up to the fence. However, some of the sound testing that they did, one of the meters got a measuring device, and it's only it's a set distance from the exhaust on each bike as they do the testing. There's a process, and I'm not an expert at it, so I really need to defer to Dave for that.
Okay. Any other questions? Dave, you want to come up and? Okay.
I'd like to call Dave Pickett as a witness. Should have some structure like that rather than just an open public comment, period. Code enforcement has witnesses they'd like to present, and we have the right to cross-examine.
I think the board can handle it. If they want to do it that way, they can. I don't think code enforcement is calling any witnesses.
So we would call Dave Pickett.
I hope I can take off my mask.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Matthew's family over here, including Sierra and Alex and Wyatt, and I don't know the new little one that's over there. I'm representing them today. They're children. They like to recreate off-road. Getting into the minutia. First and foremost, the sound tests that we did encompassed numerous areas on the property. We used got as close as we could possibly get to the fence line because some of the actions that were taken by the neighbor were higher readouts than the bikes were. And we'll move forward on that one. So there was 2 meters on the property. One's a stationary one that can record listings. The other one is the actual Society of Automotive Engineers, state approved, federal approved, you name it, everybody's approved it, system, which I have in the trunk of my car, if you would like to see it. I'm certified to do this. Unfortunately, as some of you know, I have a fractured right arm. So I invited my friend, also a certified sound tester, to the property on a Sunday, and we were there for 4 hours or 8 man-hours. We started out first testing the motorcycles as they were. 2 were 2 decibels, 2.5 decibels over 96 dBA, but that's violation of the state law if they're going somewhere. The other one was quieter. So we started tearing the motorcycles apart, having all the kids involved, taking them apart. What we discovered through no intentional reason for the family, there's a process, I can get my hands on it in here. Where'd you go? It's called hydrocarbon saturation. This is the facility that's inside the spark arrestor, muffler in this case, because we've replaced them, or Mr. Matthews has, as he described. We decided to repack them. Once we opened one of them up, found out what it looked like. That is hydrocarbon saturation, which is fuel and oil oriented, versus the new packing that we installed. Mr. Matthews did the last one, so he understood how it worked. But it was great fun watching the kids pulling the nuts and bolts and everything else to do this. They all smiled when we put it together and fired it up because it was in compliance. It was well below 96, probably 94, 93. Each one's different because of capacity of CC engine size. So moving on that, when we did a test with all three bikes that were approximately 292 feet away from that fence line, where their property is, it's got a light contour that goes down on, I think it's Lynn's property, and it has another small slope in the trees. And Brian, you probably saw that when you went over. Mm-hmm. So you add that distance together with the three motorcycles running down, going around, riding the little course there. This is part of the sound testing. It's 50 dBA at the fence line. Here's the biggie. While this, catch my notes here real quick because it's a lot of stuff. Inside of the code, I can't remember the exact number now. I've been looking at it for a week and a half and I'm gun shy. So what I'm talking about is in your packet is this picture, number 1 through 5. And those are the distances between where the activity was taking place, because we know that would be the most important to have all three size appropriate motorcycles running at the same time. And we ended up with 50 dBA. It bounced up to 52 and 48. Why that's important is in the code for which we're talking about here. It's that ambient sound level is not in the code. But I went through the entire general plan and I did find 50 dBA was the fence line limit. So that means it was basically following your rules as well as state law. I have passages on all of this stuff if you need copies of it. It should be in your packet. Having said that, while we did education to the Matthews family about responsible riding, maintenance, etc., it came to me that Mr. Matthews did not know that this type of muffler packing needed maintenance because it isn't identified in his owner's manual. It does for oil changes, lubrication, that type of thing. So I don't think there was an intent to do harm other than the bikes were louder for the state. When he gets on private property, it's a whole different ballgame because that's where you guys come in. And you worked hard on the sound process, put it into play, but there was no ambient lines. Now that line fluctuates depending upon the type of activity that's going on. It can go 60 in the general plan. And then we have the distance between the fence line and Miss Lynn's house, which ties into structure, if she's inside the house, where the walls by code will drop another 15 dBA into the house and 25 dBA in other circumstances. We've got like double air conditioner, heat releases, that type of stuff, so that noise won't penetrate the walls to get into the house. Are you all following me now? Okay, I'm trying to give you what I know, boots on the ground. Now, we did individual sound tests on all the bikes, pre and post, and the improvement was dramatic. And that was on the old system sans spark arresters. We talked to Mr. Matthews about, encourage Mr. Matthews to please get this particular unit. It's the quietest on the market for your bikes, has a spark arrestor that's Forest Service reapproved, and you have a photograph of one example. It was here, in case everybody wants to see it. You'll notice that black label there, and above that, you can just make out the United States Forest Service approved equipment. So this is a big one for the families up there, and we told Mr. Matthews the spark arrestor it's just mandatory where you live, because Forest Service brush lands anywhere, it's just better. And he decided, and as he said, he spent over $600 to outfit these 3 motorcycles. So we've met all the requirements of the California Vehicle Code. For the record, 38365 subchapter A. I'm not going to read it, I don't need to. It just identifies the muffler and the output, that it needs to be done, and by a J1287 SAE test, which was done. It also meets the standards for everything but closed course racing, motocross, dirt track type of racing, when it's in a closed course facility where the public doesn't ride, only the event participants. That spark arrestor code is 38666A, Article 2. Meets all standards, right down to, where was it at? 0.0232 of an inch in size. So there was nothing can get through that. I showed you last meeting, I had a white stick and I pulled out a wire. That's one tiny thing so that it'll go in and go out with no movement left to right. So that certifies that whether it's a screen or a Prisman type of spark arrestor. They're both great. They all meet standards. The bonus here, huge drop in the sound of the bikes. Now, I have not tested the bikes with the new equipment on it because I have a question for code enforcement that I need to ask, or I could ask all of you too. And let's switch gears and go to the written complaints. I reviewed those very heavily, and I noticed that all of them were anonymous. I couldn't see the address on these because they were blocked out for privacy reasons, I understand. But that limited my ability to go to those residences and from the street, take a reading there while a bike was running at their house. Because we got a distance issue here that I think is paramount. And it kind of steps into the question Supervisor Neto asked, is time and distance. As I mentioned before in the meeting on the, I can't remember the date, sound is pressure. And low pitch, like this, will travel farther, longer. High pitch, and I'm not going to try to act like Daffy Duck here, it's instantaneous. It goes up and it goes down real quick. So not having the ability to identify the complainant's location, I don't know if there's somebody 4 miles away that made one of those complaints. They may be 400 or 500 feet. In the aerial photograph that DTS Technical provided, an aerial where we made this quasi map with stick-em on it to actually identify the length of footage. And from their garage where we did the tests to Lynn's fence line was 64 yards, 192 lineal feet. And then we go down the backside 100 feet, 125 feet. They're riding in canopy trees on a little trail that goes in the shape of a bean, would look like a kidney bean. And that's where they were riding around. And where that is, there's a lot of tree canopy overhang, which will take the flora and overhang of the leaves, and that'll help deaden the sound, hence the 50 dBA that's there. Now, I can't pronounce her name. Jill?
Michelle?
Michelle, is she here?
Yes, behind you.
Michelle, on those things, all those reports that were submitted, there was Post-it notes put over so I could not see the addresses as I mentioned before. So I don't know where you guys are going right now with the decision on this, with this new information. But I would like to continue doing sound testing so we can hopefully have some data that can be used for you guys to add into the existing sound code, identifying this particular property line DBA requirement. So I think we can benefit everybody, Ryder as well as homeowners. And that's the important part, because we don't want a war. We just want 3 kids that can be able to go out and ride dirt bikes. And now it's down to 4.5 hours, or what is it? 4 hours a week? 3.5 hours a week?
Dave, question for you. In that, as far as you got your little map here, and
yes, sir.
Item number 3, in riding area 3 bikes running test at fence line. Were they at idle? Were they actively riding those bikes, or how was that test done?
Those were at the statutory RPM that's required for that bike, using a tachometer, and it has to come up high. That was one of the questions that you and I talked about, you had mentioned, is it all revved up? You know, you said, is it, twisted, the throttle all wide open. Well, the test doesn't demand full wide open because they're not riding full wide open.
But it's not going to be at idle.
No. Well, it starts at the idle. The bike has to be properly warmed up, right temperature. There's a lot of little steps you got to go through to do this. And so once it's warmed up, we look at the exhaust and check everything, make sure there's no leaks, this, that, and the other. The kid sits on the bike while he's doing it, okay? Because that would be natural, because that acts like a sound buffer also. And then we do the test, J1287, 20-inch, 45-degree on a tripod, and we tell him, and we use the other meter on the back, and we watch an RPM, and we keep telling him to go higher, 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 and when it reaches that correct RPM, that's when the test starts. And we listen to it for 15 seconds, and the test is over. You pass, you fail, whatever it was. With the replacement that we did of the muffler packing, which is no longer on the bikes anymore, it was down in 92, 93 range on all bikes, which is well under state code, but state doesn't care what you do on your private property.
And that's a few feet from the bike when you do that test, right? Not very far.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
When you do that test for the noise level, you're pretty close to the bike.
Yes, and you'll see in there should be a photo, there was a section in there that shows two people doing that. Should be in one of your pass outs that were over there. Where did I see that?
How to conduct a sound test, that one.
Well, does that show the person standing by?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this one here, maybe Dave, is it this one? Dave, that one maybe? I'm just curious, is it 5 feet and
Right, you have an assistant, you have a sound tester, or you don't have to have an assistant, but you have to have the rider sitting on the saddle of the motorcycle.
Yeah, okay.
Hold the sound meter.
It says 20 inches.
20 inches, yeah.
Okay.
Correct. 20 inches, 45 degree.
That's pretty close.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
So the readings are, and that's why I was being so fussy about all the standards on this, because this came from the EPA down, and then CARB had to bless it also, and then all the other agencies adopted it statewide. Hence, again, state law doesn't mean anything when Mr. Matthews drives in and rides on his own property. And you guys are sitting here with having to try to figure this out. What we're trying to do is get cooperation so this type of recreation doesn't go away in this county. I wish Mr. Forrester was here, because I was going to razz him about the 2006 meeting on ATVs 16, 17 years ago in the process, and having a quorum of folks talking about how we can address this situation so all parties benefit. And I'm willing to help in any way I can.
I hear what you're saying, Dave. I am here.
Yes, I know. I heard. I was kind of giving you a little jibe there, Richard.
I know, you got me excited.
Oh. Well, good. I have copies for you if you want them. Only thing I couldn't find was the minutes to those two meetings, because you only go back to 2013. I did my homework on this stuff, folks. If you have any more technical questions or doubts about proper sound test process or anything like that?
Board, anything?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, and this is as much for county council as it is for Dave, but our ordinance doesn't rely solely on decibel levels or anything else. It relies on the discomfort that's caused to the neighbors by continual use of the motorcycles or anything else, motorcycles, a chainsaw or anything else. So how do we reconcile this then if that's the case? Are we at a stalemate?
May I respond to this, Chairman?
Yes,
Brown?
go ahead.
Wasn't there a song named Chairman Brown? Anyways, I think it's already in the general plan, Supervisor Forrester, and I have that in my cluster here, but I can't give you the thing. I want to say it was N2 of the general plan under sound or noise, and in there it specifically states it's acceptable for 50 dBA at fence line property. So you already have it in your
Mr. Chairman,
documents.
may I comment? Dave, the general plan was superseded by this ordinance, so that doesn't matter. And moreover, the ordinance, again, has nothing to do with decibels, okay? Moreover, I'm a bit concerned with the close relationship amongst board members and this witness.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've got a lot of hours into this, and I hope I was bringing to the board solutions and how to get along with everybody. But
Well, I
respect your opinion.
see this as a solution. I see this as trying to justify continuing the status quo.
Okay.
And I don't think that's acceptable, and I think the board's made that clear.
Well, I agree
I would
to disagree
with you.
Well, Mr. Matthews said in his own statements what the takeaways were. So it was very clear, Mr. Chair.
I think I'd like to weigh in a little bit too. I don't see this as continuing the status quo when they're teaching kids how to repack mufflers, they're putting on new mufflers. I think they're trying to work on it now. If you're referring to status quo as continuing to ride motorbikes to a limited degree in the property, maybe so, yes. But I think they're looking at trying to work on alleviating a problem.
Well, I just see this
perceived problem.
I see this testimony or input as a distraction.
Well, I got to say this. The other day, it's up a gentleman's property, up in, I was sneaking up in Supervisor Brown's district. But I was up there, and I heard a noise. I thought, what's that? And this noise was by, and it was medium loud. And it was a tractor with 3 or 4 kids in the bucket. And I thought, that's probably not the safest thing in the world. But I thought, think back when I was a kid, yeah, we did some stuff like that, and, probably some of the greatest times in my life were, sometimes it was not always the safest, but it's stuff you did growing up as a kid. I got some knots and bumps at times on my head and here and there, and you learn that, actions have consequences. And maybe I'm going out on a tangent here, but, you know, also we could have kids watching videos, doing nothing, and maybe in 20 or 30 years, they'll be camped out at the Kennedy mine. And then that's a real problem.
Come on,
Dave,
not a serious comment.
go ahead and
Supervisor.
wrap it up, please.
Yes. This law enforcement packet book here is paid for by the Off-Highway Vehicle Division. I have adequate quantity. I called Sheriff Gillespie and said I would deliver them to the officers, so they had this booklet on hand. I did it about 6 years ago, but it's out of date, so I got freshmen brought in, so they have and this thing is waterproof, so it's because dirt bikes and mud go together. Mr. Axe, Supervisor Axe, as I am not a supervisor or an employee of the county, I didn't understand the protocol concerning what you had said about the board and this ordinance overriding a general plan. So I'll withdraw the 50 dBA that's in the GP and the general plan, and my suggestion was to adopt it into it, so it gave us a baseline. That's all. I apologize for not picking that one up, but I don't work here. I just pay the taxes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll wrap it up with this. I can give you any type of documents and more invitation. I hope the packet helped and explained, and I truly believe the Matthews had no ill will intent to do this because they just didn't know it was a maintenance problem. And we fixed it. He went above and beyond, and as he said, he and his children put it together, and they're 100% legal, including title for the state of California. When he drives in his own driveway, he can't ride his own dirt bikes. That's a tough one, especially when these kids have been locked up for 2 years with COVID stuff. Thank you. Please call on me again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from some of the other people present.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Where's the video?
Want to play the video first, or?
Let's hear from the people.
Okay. Anybody else want to come up? Okay.
Want to come up. My name's Lynn Van Tilbert. I do want to come up, but I would like the people that are on the Zoom to be recognized first. Some of them are at work.
We normally do the floor first, and then I go up to Zoom.
Okay, and I'll wait.
Anybody else on the floor?
My name is Marian Anderson. And today regarding the dirt bike ride.
Go ahead and pull the mic.
Mary, yeah, could you pull the microphone
Oh,
closer?
there you go. Great.
Okay. Yes, we're here again today regarding the riding on Emily Way and enforcing the Amador County noise nuisance ordinance. Most of the neighbors are retired and a little bit older and just want to live a peaceful life in Surrey Junction neighborhood without listening to loud, shrieking dirt bike sounds. In the past, they have been known to ride 4 to 7 hours a day, but, and 2 hours, 3 hours, But, and since we were here in, when did we were here? December, January. It has been kept down to the 1 hour after school, which is still very loud and very annoying. It can be heard through my office window. The county noise nuisance ordinance, if the county noise nuisance ordinance is not enforced, the kids will be allowed to ride whenever they want and how long they want. I don't think that the Matthews will keep it to 1 hour on Tuesdays, Thursdays, which is still not acceptable because it really affects our property values. We have to declare if the house is going to be sold, which I plan to do in the next couple of years, that there's dirt bike riding next door. And we've discussed it before. Who wants to buy a house that has dirt bikes riding next door? Totally makes it very difficult to sell, if at all, which is a very big point.
Is that a legal requirement? You have to notify people that?
Yes, I've talked to a couple of real estate agents about that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Especially with this going on, yeah, we are going to, now maybe not the people that are further away, but the 6 homes that are affected that are right border up to the Matthews property, absolutely, they would have to. Or they open themselves up to a lawsuit if that person is then outraged, oh my God, no one told me this. As I have already mentioned previously, our homes would lose their property value and would be impossible to sell once disclosed that there are kids riding dirt bikes next door. Let's face it, who would want to buy a house with 2 or 3 kids riding dirt bikes? They have 5 dirt bikes. They usually ride 2 to 3, but what's to stop them from riding 5 dirt bikes even in a 1 hour period? I mean, the noise is deafening at my house. I kid you not. You would have to come to my house to understand. I wouldn't be here. It's actually affecting my health. I can't even hardly talk. I'm so upset. Okay, I do hope that the Board of Supervisors can bring some peace and quiet back to our neighborhood by enforcing the noise nuisance ordinance and put an end to this nuisance we now have in Surrey Junction, disturbing up to 16 neighbors. Now, the 16 may not hear what I hear, or the 4 lots that are right there, but enough to be annoying. At the last meeting on January 25th, many of them attended, but we had postponed until today, so I beg you to vote in favor of holding the county noise nuisance ordinance. I personally can't handle the stress of this anymore.
My name's Gene Cummin, 17017 Emily Way. I find this mind-boggling. I don't even understand what we're debating here. It's a simple thing. The county wrote up an ordinance, Board of Supervisors voted and passed an ordinance. Very straightforward and simple language in the ordinance. No mention of decibel readings in the ordinance. There's no way you could tell me that 16 separate property owners surrounding this property are hypersensitive or petty. The noise is extremely loud. Now, this whole decibel, this sound measurement thing, okay? We were informed they were going to do a sound test. So we went out with our cell phones to record the so-called sound test, which in no way were they were operating those bikes in the same manner that they have been subjecting us to for over 9 months. You want an accurate representation of what the sound level was, go to Prairie City, go to a motocross track in Sacramento, wherever. Bring yourself a picnic lunch, spend the afternoon. That's what we've been subjected to for 9 months. Totally unreasonable. I can't take my home speakers, stereo speakers, and stick them up on the roof turn on my 600-watt stereo and let the neighbors listen to that for an hour a day or 2 hours a day and on Saturday and Sunday. It wouldn't take long for the neighbors to get pretty pissed off. And that's what the neighbors are right now at this point in time. We tried in a neighborly fashion for many months to deal with this, okay? And we were basically told to go pound sand, okay? We're tired of it. I'm sick of it. I don't even want to be here today. I'm losing money. But yet, for the third time, we're sitting here in front of the Board of Supervisors trying to explain to you that the neighbors are upset. We don't want to listen to dirt bikes. Nobody in their right mind is going to complain about a chainsaw, a generator, a tractor, kids riding on a riding lawnmower, or anything of that nature. Hey, have at it. I love the sounds of leaf blowers. These motorcycles far exceeds that. Far exceeds it. Now, I thought that Mr. Pickett here or Brian Matthews said that these exhaust systems were stock. Not stock. All the packing was pulled out, in my opinion. I rode motorcycles for many, many years. Many, many years. Okay? And now, you green light this activity in Surrey Junction? I mean, what's going to happen? These kids are going to get older, the bikes are going to get bigger. It's going to continue. Okay? Do you think this would be allowed to happen in Casey Ranchettes, downtown Jackson, Wagon Wheel Estates, Gala Manor? No, not for a second. Nobody wants to put up with it. I don't want to put up with it. Okay? And I want to know who's responsible for my loss in value of property if this continues to happen. How about the rest of the neighbors? Everybody's going to lose value. If our property's unsellable, who do I go after? But you know? I mean, I don't want bad blood with my neighbors, but at this point, we had no choice. We were pushed into it. We did everything we could. Everything. Countless times, Mr. Matthews was contacted, texts and phone calls. Not even the decency to return a call or text. His wife was the intermediary in that deal. I mean, we're fed up. I am fed up. I'm frustrated to the point my blood pressure is through the ceiling.
Well, sir, whether it's a wife or a husband,
Well,
you
okay,
contact the family.
whatever the case is.
If they reply back, they reply back.
Okay, well, it didn't get any better, only until it came to this point. Like I said, I don't disrespect my neighbor. If I did something that was, my neighbors gave me one complaint, I'd stop that. That's it. I'm done. You know, what are we talking about here? What are we debating?
So you're saying if you're using a chainsaw and a neighbor complains, you're going to stop?
No. Well, who's going to
using a leaf blower?
Complain about a chainsaw?
You said one complaint, you'll stop.
If I'm doing something to annoy a neighbor, yeah, I used to have a shooting range. I got a beautiful shooting range on the bottom of my property, 75-foot straight up walls. One neighbor made one mention to me. I haven't used it in 3 years, even though I have every right to. One neighbor said something to me. I stopped. I got a 100-yard range down on my property. I don't use it. You know, I got a clay pigeon thrower, commercial clay pigeon thrower. I don't use it anymore because I had one complaint. I mean, this to me is just, I don't get it. I don't get it. The motorcycle riding in that area? No. I mean, what about the 16, at minimum, 16 separate property owners? What about their rights? Honestly. I mean, nobody's complaining about chainsaws or anything. You got to do what you got to do to maintain your property, alleviate fire hazards, maintain it. This is far from that. I'm not happy. I mean, if Mr. Pickett loves the noise, the sound so much, if it's okay, store the bikes in his garage, let him go over the ride over there every day after school and on weekends. See how long it takes for his neighbors to complain about it. Seriously. Thank you.
Hear me, or do I have to take this off? Pardon?
Whatever you like. We can hear you.
Probably don't want to hear me. Anyway, my name is Robert Manisero. I happen to border on the north side of the property we're talking about. I don't know the Matthews, and so I'm not in any personality conflicts here, but I can hear the Matthews. People of Surrey Junction have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for their investments for their properties they have. approximately 50 lots in Surrey Junctions, from Unit 1 to Unit 5. It looks like with very little difficulty, about 2/3 of those people were contacted and signed in the protest for the noise. So Surrey Junction's a subdivision, and I believe the Matthews live on a split of 5 parcels, even though their parcel happens to be 20. Everybody has to live together in this world. Sometimes it looks like it's a problem. I don't think the people of Surrey Junction bought those pieces of property so they could hear a motorcycle when they went outside. I've even heard of a guy complaining the other day about the noise up on Dapple, which is quite a ways from the Matthews. It's great to hear an expert tell me what I should be able to hear and what I shouldn't be able to hear. I don't hear as well as some people, but I can sort of hear those motorcycles. So is the supervisors going to allow this particular situation to happen? So when the next subdivision comes up in front of you and says, we've got some guys down here, you say, oh, that's fine. We let the Matthews do it, so you can do it. And so pretty soon we're going to have motorcycles all through Amador County to disturb the rights of others for the benefit of a couple. As you know, some of you know that I own Plaza Resort. Plaza Resort has quite a few lots, and we learned a long time ago not to allow motorcycles ride on our premises. The Allen Trail is designed for that, and people go up the Allen Trail in motorcycles, and we don't hear them. And they go all the way down the Bear River, and we don't hear them. And they have fun, and they love it. But the only one that likes the noise of a motorcycle is the guy on it. And they run them up. It's just how they do it. Maybe our tests were not running them up, but they run them up. It's just that habit you have to like that noise. So when you're making this decision, just don't think about 2 or 3 neighbors around the Matthews. Think about the 50 lots out there that spent millions of dollars for their time in life. So think of this very seriously, because the decisions you make today will affect your decisions tomorrow. Thank you.
Anybody else in the public?
Hi, hello, my name is Anthony Eckhart. I'm 17 years old, and I'm the oldest of all of my siblings. And I have the utmost respect for everyone in this room. I'm not trying to anger anyone or upset anyone. I understand everyone's concerns of everything. But it's also, dirt bike riding is my family's happiness. It's our escape from our problems in a way. And moving out here, we've never lived out here. I've lived in Pollock Pines my whole life. And I understand that it angers residents and people out here about it, but we also do have 20 acres, and I understand that we have neighbors and everything, but it's even at the most of, I have heard Harleys at 6 in the morning, as I am the closest to Lynn's house out of everyone in my family. And I understand that, we all would love to do the things that we enjoy and have fun and do all that, but it's like telling a little kid that you can't play soccer on your own property, or you can't play football at the football field because his school doesn't want you to, and most things like that. And yeah, riding at a dirt bike track or Perry City is different because that is a place for riding, but along with our 20 acres, we did not just buy it to sit around on it. We have made everything to where we've tried to get away from everyone's houses and try to make it as much flexible for everyone. But with riding at like a dirt bike track and stuff, you are riding on something where you have to put your motorcycle to the test to be able to get up something and be able to get over that jump and things like that. Compared at home, we just want to enjoy it. They have gears. The higher gear you go, the faster you go. I don't think anyone in my family has left the second gear on their motorcycle on our property. We roll over everything. We just go around. Maybe it's as a distressor for us. You have a hard day at school, or such as a adult has a hard day at work. You want to sit down, have that relaxing thing. Our dirt bike for our family is kind of a relaxing thing, and it's like I wish like it would be more of a communication of when it angered everyone else that they would have communicate with us. I remember a voicemail from Lynn telling my adoptive dad that he needs to grow a pair of balls and speak up to her. And I'm sorry for that and to say that, but that is not the most respectful thing. As I've never met Lynn in my life, and she has flipped me and my girlfriend off on the way to my house. And I would love to. I want to help everyone. Even if anyone needs help walking up here, I want to help them. But I would like to respect of other people respecting us as a stand of maybe just more communication like you guys want, but we have tried to do everything. I'm the one that tries to work on all of the motorcycles in our property, but I'm obviously not a professional mechanic and know all that stuff. And like with the sound thing, I didn't have knowledge of that because my motorcycle is not the same type as theirs. And as I do not ride mine on the property because I know how loud mine is, but with theirs, it's a little bike, does not have much noise as called for a bigger bike. And I've also heard motorcycles riding around near our property that is not ours. I've also seen quads and side-by-sides driving through our properties and no complaints of them. And I know that there's problems with, before the house we moved into it, there was former problems with people, and I'm hoping that that's not kind of brought over to us being out here. And I kind of just want it to be looked at as it might not just be solely from us of anything. It could have been from a past, and they're just kind of holding a grudge onto our property. Of we don't want to, we want to work with everyone and be the respect for everyone. And like you guys said, we want to be compliant. We don't want to bother anyone. We don't want to get rid of your guys' house values or anything. And we understand that. And we try to make time to go out places and not bother anybody. I mean, I prefer to ride on a track because I want to be able to ride, but not everyone gets what they want. And it just, I don't want to bother people in all due respect of it.
Very much.
A question for you. Do you ride a bike on the property?
No, I do not ride my bike because I have a 250, and I know that that is too loud and will bother our neighbors. I have my old bike. I had a former one that had silencer and spark rest on it, and I rode on the property maybe twice, and maybe for a span of 25 minutes on my old motorcycle. But my new one, I do not have a spark arrestor, so I know that that would not be really allowed on the property. So I have not ever rode my bike on the property.
My name is Lynn Van Tilburg, and I don't want to get into he said, she said type of thing, but I raised two boys. I do not believe I ever have flipped him off. I did leave Brian Matthews a voicemail, but that was on his cell phone, so he chose to share it with his family. I'll just leave it at that. I just would like to comment about the ride times in January. Mr. Matthews is correct because I logged it as well. So he was correct, and so we do agree on that. But I really would just like to reiterate what I stated at the January 25th meeting, that dirt riding should not be allowed in a residential subdivision. It is unacceptable. Ordinance 9.44.010, public nuisance noise, should be enforced. enforced. The noise, the dust, and the exhaust fumes are extremely offensive and disturbing. I ask that you consider every property as a different situation and the needs to be reviewed accordingly. It's not completely saying that eliminating dirt bike riding in the county. Each case should be evaluated based on property boundaries and homes being too close to each other, et cetera. And they are way too close, our homes. The way the land has been subdivided, we're all within hundreds of feet of each other. So even though everybody keeps saying 20 acres, we're within 100 feet of each other. I will say if dirt bike riding is allowed in Surrey Junction, I plan on filing a request for an informal assessment review to reduce my property taxes based on the devaluation of my property, and will be encouraging my neighbors to do the same. I'm sure I stated before, why would anyone want to compromise with the Matthews now at this point, knowing full well it will lower your property value and it may make it unsellable? Because who would want to spend in excess of like $500,000 and have to put up with noise? I do want to speak about the 16 complainants. I went around, so I will be honest, and I know Mr. Pickett wants addresses. These people did not even want to put their address down. And then I said, no, you'll be anonymous. Some were not. And so he could probably have access to the ones that did not want to be anonymous. Not all of them wanted to be anonymous. But I walked around and they range probably about a half a mile away. But let me tell you, I only went to 16 homes because our community is pretty gated and has a lot of acreage. But I bet I could walk from the bottom of Surrey Junction, which starts our subdivision, all the way up to the top and go off on the side streets. And if I showed the video, everyone would be like, I don't want that next door to me. Several people have said that, but they didn't even want to sign the complaint thing after we submitted everything here. So, again, why should a minimum of 16 homes that I've approached have the Matthews noise imposed on all of us? Where are the property rights for the majority? Last meeting, there were 11 people that attended, 10 in person and 1 via Zoom. All raised their hand when asked if they opposed motorcycle riding in a residential subdivision. I know we have 2 people, I believe, on Zoom that when I'm done, I would like someone to acknowledge them because one of them had to excuse himself. He's a teacher. And he said, give me 3 minutes. I also still think that dirt bike riding is, if it's allowed, it creates a potential fire danger in our residential subdivision. And who's to monitor the children's actions and the children's friends' actions? They've had kids over, bring their bikes, ride on the property. Who's going to check to see if they have spark arresters? You know, if you do this, it's a fire safety issue in my mind. And we have one of the highest fire insurance ratings in the state of California. If the Cal Fire shuts down Pi last summer, but we have 5 or 6 bikes riding last summer next to us in, as we said, canopies, wooded areas, leaves. One kid lays down a bike and doesn't get it up fast enough. I believe it might create a fire. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But it's bothersome because by the time the fire department got there, all our homes would be gone, just the way the layout is. And I think Supervisor Annetto probably saw that when he drove up there today. It's pretty far out, and Cal Fire or Amador Fire, they wouldn't get there in time. So I just want you to consider that it greatly impacts all of us and is very disturbing. And all the sound things that has been brought up today, it doesn't really matter. When you're sitting down to dinner or you're wanting to just relax, listen to music, and you hear that through your walls, it is annoying. Thank you for your time today. I greatly appreciate it. And if somebody could recognize the people on the Zoom, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, if there's anybody on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise the hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Muchow, if you would like to speak now.
Hi, my name is Kurt Moko, and I do teach students. I teach U.S. history, and I think I want to add a few comments that I think have not been covered yet today. I, first of all, am an opponent of government getting involved with anything that they shouldn't have to. So I understand some reluctance on the part of the supervisors to want to create an environment for neighbors to be able to work this out. Unfortunately, this is at your level because we have not been able to work it out and to a satisfaction. So I just really want to share with you or remind you really the importance of rule of law. We have rules. There is an Amador code. I don't think that's in question. I don't think it's in question that it's been violated. And so really, I ask you, please today to do the right thing. If I'm speeding down the freeway, there's not a difference between a California law and an Amador law. So earlier when the gentleman was speaking to the fact that the state of California has a different level decibel reading has nothing to do with Amador's codes and your responsibility to enforce that. This is a discomfort to me. I live along Surrey Junction and my family. I have young children growing up in the community, and I would not bring this upon my neighbors. I would go to other areas. My son is 3. I expect at some point that he will be riding bikes and will be doing the same thing for recreation and enjoyment. However, I wouldn't bring that into my neighborhood. A couple of more things, if I could. I have spoke with Mr. Matthews about another issue, and it's about his dog being unleashed. So where I called a couple of times and said, would you please put your dog away? He basically stopped taking my calls and of neighbors. So when we talk about respect, I have attempted to communicate with him on this and other issues, but frankly, he's been non-responsive. So as a result, his dog runs leash free in an environment where I'm concerned my dog will follow him out to the road or whatnot. My dog is in a fenced area, but frankly, we're in a rural area, and if encouraged, he could get out, I suppose. So I just really, when we talk about respect, I think it's important that it's a two-way situation. It's not just that we want to be treated with respect. I think we have to treat others with respect. And then finally, just to add one final comfort, this is a nuisance in our neighborhood that has brought our community together. And that's why last meeting, there were so many neighbors there. It's becoming more and more difficult. I'm literally at work today, asked my principal for time to be able to address this because I feel it's so important. Yet we're not able to go to meeting after meeting after meeting to deal with this. So I ask that you do enforce the code and allow the Matthews to go to other areas within Amador County that are authorized for this, and then we'll get back to a place of respect. I very much appreciate your time and you listening to me today. Are there any questions of me?
Nope, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anybody else on Zoom?
Lucy, if you want to go ahead and unmute, go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Lucy Miller. I'm a resident of Surrey Junction, and I just want to say that the pitch, volume, and pattern of the noise is disturbing, can be heard from quite a distance away. It's kind of recurrent and unrelenting, and I don't feel that that has a place in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, anybody else? Yes.
Just a couple things that was said that I feel I should address. Mary Anderson mentioned that she was concerned about the way you vote would potentially send the signal to my family that we could ride as much as we want. And the restrictions that we put on our children would go out the window, and then it would be a free-for-all. That's not what we're looking to do. As I said on the 4th, and I'm reiterating again today, we are trying to work with our neighbors. Our knowledge going into the meeting on the 4th was different than it was on the 4th, and then again today. So we are looking to, we take a whole bunch of steps. That's been communicated in a whole bunch of different ways to mitigate the sound, the risk to fire, and everything else. So as far as a vote that I guess would essentially allow the dirt riding to continue, that's not going to increase the time, right? I mean, obviously, if we went away from that, we'd also be looking at, again, an increased nuisance, as some folks have labeled it. The noise deafening, we've defeated that with science. I mean, I understand the decibel thing is not part of this as far as code, but science has said what a conversation decibel, I mean, you can look at a certified calibrated sound device will tell you what we could have it sitting right here, and we could look at what the reading is for a conversation. That is what a standard is. We could fire up a chainsaw or any other piece of equipment that is used on these properties and look at those numbers, fire up a dirt bike, and then look at where the dirt bike is being ridden on any given property, and then where the complainant is living, or they're not allowed to be on my property, so obviously they're at the property line and beyond. And we could set up all those devices. The decibel is relevant in the sense of when somebody is saying that the noise is deafening. It's not deafening if a certified device is saying at property line it's 50 decibels. That's not deafening when a conversation is between 50 and 60 on average. So unless my conversation right now is deafening, I think the science is here. That's why we brought it into play. I think it has to be considered. I understand that we're looking at two different things in terms of the code and the decibel, but I mean, we have to bring science into it. Otherwise, we're just dealing with a subjective issue. And as I pointed out on January 4th, everybody in this room would have a different opinion of any matter that we were talking about if it's subjective. When you bring science into it, it really defines things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Jennifer, can we see the video now?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. You still had something?
Sir, and I just wanted to end with, we're all giving something up here. The neighbors don't want any dirt bike riding whatsoever. I'm sure if you were to ask my kids, they'd be riding all the time. And we're somewhere in the middle. One of the things that Lynn and I definitely agree on is the riding time since January 4th to now. That's not going to increase with a vote that would allow us to ride. However, a vote that says that this riding that we've been doing, and I'd focus the conversation and the vote, your decision since January 4th to now, right? All the modifications we've made with the bike to reduce sound, make them safe. They're not a fire risk. The reduction in riding times, 3.5 hours. Look at these children. They ride for 3.5 hours a week since January 1st or 4th. And it's not even, it was only 5 hours. The schedule that I have laid out as far as their riding times is going to be pretty typical.
No, we understand.
And so to say that that's unreasonable, and then we've already done the science piece, it's just, we all have to give something here. And we've given up riding time. If you look at what Lynn's original schedule was, if I was just to agree to those hours that were pre-January 4th, if we were to say as a body, the 5 of you say that that's excessive, just hypothetically speaking, massive reduction since January 4th. And so to say that even what we've been doing, the 3 hours a week or 3.5 hours is excessive, would essentially be a no riding decision whatsoever on a property under any circumstances. I think that has to be considered when you're making a decision. You're essentially telling these young children they can't even ride a dirt bike, their own dirt bike, on their own property for 3.5 hours a week. And we've already done the science where it shows it's not much louder than raising a voice. We actually, as a fun little exercise, the kids would yell and scream into the meter. It actually registered higher than the dirt bikes were repacking everything. I mean, please. So I'll just leave it at that, unless there was any additional questions for me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have someone on Zoom if you want to take that first.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, hello, this is Jim Rooney, County Assessor. I wanted to let you know that I've received a request from out in that area. A property owner called me and asked me to consider looking at their assessment because they thought property values were being diminished by the noise. And as I was talking with this property owner, I could actually hear the motorcycles in the background. And I told the property owner, I said, you know, I would tend to agree with you that noise could reduce property values in an area. Unlike, you know, something that is painted ugly or looks bad, you don't have to look at it. However, a noise is something that you can't particularly avoid. It's there, you know, at your property, and you don't have a choice whether you listen to it or not, you hear it. And it's something a little different than something that's visual. And I told the person, I said, these kind of reductions are extremely hard to do because I have to determine what quantity of property value has been lost, and that's very hard. Now, had this been a noisy operation that the neighbors moved up to, next to, I could say, well, look, I know what you paid for a property knowing the noise was there. But these residents, they didn't move next to a noisy operation. The noisy operation moved next to them. And this is something that we're going to have to possibly consider. If people come in and say our property values, we believe that they have diminished, this office is going to have to look at these assessments and determine if there is a reduction. And then the hard part comes, how much of a reduction? I know some people say 50%, that seems like a lot, 20%. We don't generally have sales comparables for properties with noise on them. It's not something that we measure very often. So I just wanted to let you know that I have been contacted by a property owner who has requested consideration of an assessment change. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. Jennifer, can we go to the video now?
You know, where is the video taken? That'd be kind of nice to know. Does it say in the video? Okay, thank you.
So, Supervisor, on this map, I believe it's number 5.
Sounds pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Faster than that.
You muted it again? Oh, okay.
Oh, right below where the zero, the speaker's X'd out.
Oh, you're muted.
Go to the left.
Left.
Oh. To the left. I guess it isn't.
Through that, I think it's important to know that this looks like this video was shot before the modifications to the bike's mufflers. So although it is relevant and useful, the bikes sound differently now.
I just want to say that I actually have a noise video of when they did the decimal test, and I can on my phone, but I can't. That is inside with the window closed. I can tell you that it's not nearly as loud as it really is. Window open in my office. Much louder. I don't know. Can you get it up more? Not accurate. I really wish that's all it was. Videos in my bedroom in the back with the slider open. It's not as loud as it really is. It's a good example of it.
Right.
A lot of saying about the science, okay? And like I said when I was previously up here, when they took their sound measurement tests, they were not running the bikes in the same manner that they've been running them for 9 months. They were out there barely throttle on and barely goosing the throttle. They weren't at 6,000 RPMs, 2 or 3 of them chasing around each other in a circle, and every time they did a lap, the dogs start barking. Their sound measurements are skewed, okay? And in my opinion, they took those measurements in a manner to deceive the Board of Supervisors here with their level of decibels, if it even mattered in this case. It doesn't matter. I got 113 decibel home alarm siren, and I tell you what, those motorcycles are every bit as loud as that. Every bit. So you're gonna tell me that it's 50 decibels at the fence line, maybe in the way you were operating those bikes at the time. But that is not what we were subjected to for the last over 9 months. You don't know because you weren't there on the property. You were there on the property when you took your so-called sound measurements, when everything was tame, everything's in control, okay? It's skewed. And that's what I tried to tell you that at the fence line the other day when you approached my wife, when she was taking, well, you can compare our cell phone videos with the measurement, with the sounds that you were taking decibel readings of, in the same locations we took cell phone. You compare those with the recordings that we took previous. Big difference, enormous difference, night and day. Not even close. Not even close. No, because they weren't riding them in the same manner.
Would you folks advise that you have a certificate of my credentials?
Right.
And so that this gentleman knows that. I take resentment. I've been involved in motorcycle sport for 50 years. I've had that license for 20 years, and I have to renew it with refresher courses all the time. So I ask this board to disregard any of the comments that he just made because they're not true. I would not put my reputation on the line and come in to folks that I respect to make a decision on false information. Concerning the cell phone, DPS Technical, who is the state contractor for state parks, BLM, United States Forest Service, a lot of counties, and AECom, the ones that did your general plan. Cell phones are not accurate.
Understand.
People move it. It should not be even allowed to be in here because it is not a certified sound test because of the slightest movement with your hand creates pressure, which changes the thing. And in Lynn's own documents, 61 to 71, she was doing damage to herself because it was louder than what the fence line meter reading was taken. Thank you for allowing me to speak twice.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring this back to the board. Where do we want to go?
We get everybody's comments?
I thought so. Everybody on Zoom? Everybody on the floor? Anybody on the board like to speak?
Sure.
Supervisor Neto?
I'll say this, it's a real stinker of an issue. These type of things have been around a long time. There's no good answer. I guess the question I look at is, do I think there was a problem there? Yeah, probably. Does it seem like they're trying to mitigate it? Yeah, it does. I look at my situation where I live. I don't have a lot of neighbors, but I do have one that has a shooting range, and I can hear him now and then bang, 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 banging away. That's my neighbor shooting. I've got one, they ride motorcycles, and they got I'd say race bikes. They're quite a ways away. I can hear them. You can hear them ripping around. That's the thing they do. And I've got an open pit mine. It's quite a ways away, but it's a D10 or D11 bulldozer. I think his use permit is supposed to be 7 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I hear him 6:30. I think, well, I guess it's time to get up. Is it annoying at times? Yeah, I got a neighbor who has a dog that barks, and quite honestly, I think I sold a neighbor the dog. They're a friend of mine, and the dog barks a lot. And I think, damn dog, but but I get through it. And a dog barks at night, not in the day. Nighttime it barks pretty much nonstop. I guess the point I'm making, hey, we live in a rural residential area. I hear the neighbors' concerns, and I feel them. I understand it. I got the neighbor whose dog barks all the time, which I don't like. And then I look at the kids here. Hey, I understand what kids want to do. Kids want to play. Now, I guess maybe you could have kids out playing baseball all the time, hollering, screaming. That might be annoying. Or you can have kids riding motorbikes. That can be annoying. Or you can say, hey, here the kids are next door riding their motorbikes. They're staying off drugs. They're not in watching some corny movie. And some of the people out here I've known for a lot of years. They're friends of mine. So I know if I look at it and go, well, one way, there's friends here and they've got an issue. And if I go, these people, they're going to be unhappy. And then if I go with those people that have unhappy about the noise, these kids lose their recreation. And I understand there's a place to go and ride. But when you're little kids and your parents, sometimes you're not there. How do you get those kids out to ride? They go out in your backyard and go ride pretty easy. So that's some of the things I'm looking at. And I think what you have here is not just, and I saw you're talking about the residential area. It's kind of a rural residential, and it's so subjective. If you're in half-acre lots, maybe riding motorcycles may not be at all acceptable. As you get in larger lots, is it somewhat acceptable? Probably, yeah. And how much? So that's just some thoughts I have. I mean, you got people up there, and there's people, and we see people riding quads in subdivisions. People use chainsaws. People have horses. People use wood splitters. And I guess it's just a matter of what level of tolerance you want to have for neighbors, and likewise respect for neighbors. So that's some of the things I'm just looking at and mulling over my mind.
Chair, I will say, and it may be that cell phones playing the videos on cell phones, you don't get a correct volume, but it was, definitely, that was a very poor representation that we did. Our system is not representative. I mean, at one point, the cell phone was almost jiggling.
Almost what?
Jiggling, but I will admit, after 38 years of changing tires, my hearing is not top notch. So I have my volume up max. Going in, I thought I would prefer an ordinance that had decibel, some definitive level. But now listen to the argument about who and where you're standing and which way the wind's blowing. And Dave, I thought, did an excellent job trying to explain that situation to us. Maybe the reason they wrote it subjectively to start with, where if it's offensive to the neighbors, it's part of the code. And if you have, in Brian's case, I think yours are all 20-acre parcels or better out where you live.
Oh, yeah, they're probably larger than that. But an open pit mine would be.
Even with that D11, he's not riding it right along your fence line.
No, but those is.
It makes big noise.
Big machine.
But my point is, you got 1 acre and 5 acres and a couple of 20s. It's a mixed use, which kind of changes it, at least in my mind, if your neighbor's on a 20-acre parcel also. You would think that you could come to. And the Matthews, I give you credit for trying to step up to mitigate these issues. But it looks like it's put us in a spot that we have to make a decision because everybody's pretty well planted their feet in the ground. So we will do that here shortly.
Pleasure of the board.
Well, what I see coming down the road probably is, I see lights and loudspeakers and hopefully not a war up in Surrey Junction and other places, but those things happen sometimes.
Call for a motion?
Actually, have a comment.
Well, I think it's a difficult situation, but, when 16 neighbors come out against, one set, it's hard to ignore that. There may have been an opportunity to work things out. I still don't understand why there wasn't, why that didn't occur back then. And, it's hard for me, I expressed my opinion in the past. I'm not against people riding motorcycles, but there probably should be a place for that to occur. And I think it really makes it difficult when it's in a neighborhood.
I have a little more discussion.
I think also, I can't believe that it's 50 decibels. There's just conversation volume at the fence line. Even in those videos that we heard, and it's hard to gauge what the sound level was because you can turn the sound up to whatever you want it to be. But it probably was noticeable, and certainly it's beyond a conversation. It's like when someone's operating a chainsaw. And that's what it sounds like, but it was very continuous. It was, quite a bit. And that can be disturbing. It's one thing for someone to operate a chainsaw to cut down a tree or cut up a tree. They're not going to be doing it every day all the time. And that's kind of what got us to this point.
I think one thing that I thought was pretty telling last hearing we had, I think it was Ms. Tilburg, I believe, said she talked to the neighbors about could they do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they got very mad at her over that. So you wonder why there wasn't an agreement made in the past to work something out. I think that might be the answer right there. It's either as far as the people want no motorcycles, they don't want any. My advice to some of these people would be, well, what's the old saying? First they came for a neighbor, or this one or that one, and they came for the priest, and they came for this, and they came for me. So once they get rid of the motorcycles, next will probably be the, maybe the chainsaws and the wood splitters and then the horses and just, hey, that's where these things happen.
Supervisor Brown, I'd like to make a few comments.
Go ahead, Supervisor Forster.
Well, first I want to commend the young man that got up. Very good job of speaking. I just want to ensure him that this has nothing to do with the house, what happened in the previous ownership, that it's not blacklisted because of that. But great job of speaking. I think what people need to look at is our present ordinance on the books and the under number C, the factors for consideration. There's 8 items there. I think it's a combination of all 8 of those items. And I think Supervisor Ornetto said it best. Is there a problem? Probably. And unfortunately, we have to deal with that problem.
Okay, again, I'm calling for a motion.
Well, at this point, how does this work, Greg?
Well, so, you know, it's not clear. I mean, the board could take a position that the noise from riding dirt bikes in a residential neighborhood like this is just not allowed. That's a pretty clear standard. If you reach a different conclusion, that you say, no, riding is allowed as much as you want. That's a difference. That's you know, the opposite end. If it's somewhere in the middle where you're not saying you can never ride at all, but you're not saying that you can ride as much as you want, I think it's necessary for the board to say where that line is crossed. I think that's kind of what Supervisor Ornetto was talking about. Maybe there's a line that's crossed that violates your code. The code that's in your packet, it does talk about those factors and when riding dirt bikes to some level violates the noise ordinance. There's nothing in the ordinance that says as a matter of, you know, of course, that it's not allowed. And it's not necessarily that you have 16 people object. It has to be based on, you know, the factors. So it would be good if the board could sort of articulate why it's, whatever decision you come to, what it's based on. That's what I think what you need. And if there's more information that you need, if there's, you know, I don't know what the board wants, but I think to sort of determine this, you'll need a little bit of analysis and findings on why you reach whatever conclusion you have.
Board seems to be in a quagmire.
Basis whether to grant his appeal or not, would you think that's part of the real?
Well, that's still the question. I mean, there was a notice of violation, that whatever they were doing when it was issued was a violation. And it is a little difficult because what they're doing now is different than what they were doing when we came in January.
Now, we brought this back as a reconsideration.
Yeah.
So if nothing happens right now, it would not be reconsidered. Is that what we're kind of going, right?
Well, it has been reconsidered. So there was 3 votes to at least reopen this question. So the question is back before the board, which is essentially, is what they were doing a violation? And, you know, it's interesting because even last time when you upheld his appeal, and I think they got the message as well, that what you're doing is too much. We're gonna uphold your appeal, but you're doing too much. That's the message that I heard the board from last time. And if the board is still saying it's still too much, then I think the board needs to articulate that fact and where, if there's a line that's not, you can never ride at all. That's what you're, I mean, is what they're doing a violation? And the item before you is their appeal of the citation. But really, the underlying question is there a violation?
Yeah, and that's very subjective.
It's very subjective, yes.
As a crew, you brought it back.
Yeah, I'm listening. I mean, I'm not a real fan of code enforcement as it is, but this has reached a loggerhead, and if we call for a 90-day moratorium, I think we'd have the same testimony in 90 days that they've cut down on the riding on one side, and it's still offensive to us on the other side of the big question. So.
Yeah, that's true. I think you're right. It seems like now it's like it's not a matter of how much, it's just none, zero.
Supervisor Forster?
Yeah, question for council. I'm looking at the administrative citation warning, and under the required action, it says a violation of the municipal code at the location, and second box is, you are required to immediately discontinue and permanently correct the violation. So the question is, have they discontinued and permanently corrected then?
Again, that's the question for the board. Is there a level where it's okay, and at some point where it crosses into not okay? If it's zero riding in a residential neighborhood, then they're still in violation. If that's not where the level is, then the board kind of needs to help the parties understand where that level is. If just throwing it out there, because we've heard from, noise levels, and people say that's not really what it sounds like, and cell phones and videos, and people say that's not really what it sounds like. The board does have the ability to go there. We have done that over the years very occasionally, but it has happened. And they could ride, and you could stand with some of the neighbors, and then you'd hear it. But if otherwise, then it's based on what you've heard today and what else you may hear if you let more discussion happen.
Yeah, this is up to the board now.
I know people want a decision. It's gone on quite a while. I hear from one side it's highly offensive, which, it's sometimes you let something bother you. I know it happens to me. Sometimes you have a water drip outside your house from something, and it can be there for 5 years. You don't even hear it. But once you hear it, it can become very irritating. So I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't mind going out and hearing the bikes, because I've heard one side saying it's horrible, one side saying it's not very loud. I know, but I do understand people would like a decision. So I don't know how the board feels about that. I wouldn't mind going to look, but if the board wants to get it over with one way or another, I'm okay with that too.
I think Supervisor Neto, you'd still have 16 on one side, depending.
I would not argue with you.
So.
I have a question for council again.
Go ahead.
If, Mr. Gilat, if we were to make a decision to go against the appeal, and the property owner has made adjustments, does that allow them to continue riding based on those adjustments, and their feeling that that the levels are much lower and acceptable? And would that start the whole process over again for the neighbors to file complaints? I guess the core of it is the changes they've made. If we rule against the appeal, the changes they've made in their minds, does that allow them to say, we have adjusted and can we move forward then and right?
I would say, you know, that question is before the board. I mean, maybe the board doesn't know yet. Maybe the board says, okay, well, let's see what Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday limited is like. And maybe it's still unacceptable. I don't know. The question, that's not a question I can answer. That's the question for the board. As a board.
And what I'm looking at too is, I mean, there's this picture, but also I see a lot of people in residential areas. They're riding their quads up and down the city streets in these private subdivisions. Now, this is a county road, a little bit different, or, well, it's a county maintained road with the homeowners agreement. So if we're going to say no motorcycle riding in a residential area, 0, because it sounds like what they're proposing is really cutting our hours way back. So basically, the decision before us is, can you ride quad or motorcycle in a residential area or not? And if we say no, I think it's going to be a bigger Pandora's box than what we're seeing here, quite a bit, and that's a lot of my concern. Because what we're setting the tone for going forward, residential areas.
Well, yeah, if that's the way the board feels, then the better way to do it would be to pass a separate ordinance that just says you can't ride in a residence.
That's basically what we're doing right now in a way. If we say, you know, because they're saying we're willing to accommodate the neighbors and trying to be what I think is probably a reasonable amount of riding, and the neighbors are saying none in a residential area. And so if we go with what the neighbors are saying and say none in a residential area, then that's setting the tone for the whole county, I think, in the residential areas. And that's where I have a real issue.
Well, that's why I think when the board, whatever decision the board makes, it needs to be based on those factors, right? So it's the level of the noise, the context of the noise, the ambient noise, proximity to residential structures or sleeping facilities, whether the noise is unusual given the zoning, the time at which it occurs, the duration, and whether it's recurrent, intermittent, or constant. Those are the factors in the code. And then ultimately, you're saying whether or not it's disturbing, excessive, or offensive, which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitivity. And you will be deciding, you know, it is a moving target, right? Because first time you heard it, they were, you know, they had a list of how many days they were riding, and now presumably it's less. So that's sort of what you have to, basically that less riding, the 3 days, meets this definition based on those factors.
Mr. Chair, I think we're making this decision today based on the factors that were presented to us at the original hearing. Now, whether there's been adjustments or not, that may come before us in the future, but we're making the decision today based on what we originally heard and what was presented to us.
I would disagree with that. Just so the fact is that, you know, this is a continuation. We brought it back to the board as an answer, so it's a combination of both, and that's where I think we need to go from right now.
Well, actually, it was a reconsideration, not a continuation.
Yeah. It is an interesting point. So theoretically, then, what the board would say is you're revisiting whether whatever they were doing before is a violation. And if you said, yes, riding, you know, all of those consecutive days in a row for several hours at a time, that violates this ordinance. I don't know that that necessarily means that what they're I mean, there has been no complaint about, you know, again, it's like if I'm playing, I don't know, shooting range example you gave. If my neighbor shoots, you know, 2 weeks straight for, you know, several hours a day, and then the board says that's a violation, if my neighbor then continues shooting but only shoots, you know, 3 times a year for a limited time, I don't know that that's a violation, and I don't know that that's necessarily before the board. I think that's what Supervisor Forrester is basically saying, that the revised level of riding may not be a question before the board.
Mm-hmm. Well, as for a precedent, we, the way the ordinance is written is very subjective, as we've all agreed. So it almost becomes a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I don't think this, unless you basically said no riding at all in a residential neighborhood, it probably doesn't have much precedent.
Yeah, so if we just narrowly defined it to the results of this hearing, it wouldn't be a precedent for AC Ranchettes, or I can't think of another one.
So it depends on what you rule. If you say no riding, period, then that kind of sets a precedent that riding in a residential area is problematic, at least if you get a complaint. But every, you know, every one would be different, because you'll have, you know, maybe different ambient noise, different parcel sizes, different
terrain will be different.
Different hours, different days, different bikes.
And so, circling back around what Supervisor Crew brought up, so really, so you almost have like there's two separate issues in a way. There's the appeal that was filed and what was being done back then. And then since that time, they've made modifications, adjustments, and changes like that. So theoretically, they could, even if we denied the appeal, and said, yeah, what they're found to be doing was offensive, they could still go out and ride their bikes, lesser amount, whatever, and they say, hey, we feel we met that, and then we braved right back here again.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, yeah, it would probably play out that way, unless the board sort of said, okay, we're gonna rule on that past one, and we're gonna give you some direction about where we think the line is.
So we could sit there and say 4 hours a week riding is authorized?
Well, if you weren't sure where the line was, you could say, yeah, what you were doing before is a violation. We're not sure yet whether what you're doing now is a violation, and that we'll have to wait and see.
I think we're better off ruling on the first appeal and then letting them make the decision whether they feel they're in compliance with the modifications, and see then if the neighborhood comes out against it once again. You know, that's, to me, is the simplest way to let it happen.
Looking for solutions.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so, we want to uphold the appeal then, or deny the appeal?
That's up to you guys, but,
No, but
I mean, if the question is, what you want to rule on is the prior conduct.
Yes.
Not the revised conduct.
Yes.
Then, yes, you can do that.
That would be denying the appeal.
That would be to deny the previous appeal. They would get a notice. They would basically keep their
I'll
notice
make that
of violation.
motion to deny the previous appeal based on the prior evidence. That was my original motion.
Did Do you have some more explanation, Greg? I'm sorry.
No, that was it, basically. So they would have a violation for that prior conduct, and whether or not any future activity, writing, or whatever is or isn't a violation would be yet to.
Oh, it's a warning, is what they got.
It's a warning, yeah.
Okay.
I'd second that.
Okay. We have a motion to deny the appeal by Supervisor Axe, seconded by Supervisor Crew. Jennifer, roll call vote.
Supervisor Onetto?
Nay.
Supervisor Crew?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Nay.
Supervisor Axe?
Yes.
And Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Okay. The denial of the appeal was upheld, and matters done.
Can we take a short break, Mr. Chair? After Mr. Sweat, if he has anything to say, nope? Okay.
Yeah, we'll take a quick 10-minute break.
Okay.
Order. Discussion regarding micro-enterprise home kitchen operations. This is a category of home restaurant permit that may be obtained limited restaurant operations out of a residence, provided that the Board of Supervisors has authorized the use. There are many restrictions on the operation, and Michelle, the Environmental Health Director, will present the specific regarding this program. Hello, Michelle.
Hello, guys. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Michelle Opalenik. I'm the Director of Amador County Environmental Health. The California Retail Food Code, also known as Cal Code, establishes uniform health and sanitation standards for retail food operations. And retail food operations, also called food facilities, include restaurants, mobile food trucks, grocery stores, delis, food carts, and school kitchens. In other words, any facility that stores, prepares, serves, sells, or otherwise provides food for human consumption on the retail level. The Amador County Environmental Health Department is the local enforcement agency for Cal Code. The department implements a food program that includes inspections of more than 329 food facilities at least annually. Staff work to ensure compliance with Cal Code and review food handling practices to protect the public's health and prevent the incidences of foodborne illness. And you can stay on that slide, Jennifer. Thank you. Prior to 2012, California required food sold to consumers to be made in an inspected commercial kitchen. In 2013, the California Homemade Food Act allowed certain low-risk products to not requiring refrigeration, such as bread, pie, fruit jam, dried fruit, to be made in private homes and sold fully packaged and labeled to consumers. And these operations are known as cottage food operations. However, in 2019, Assembly Bill 626, with a follow-up cleanup bill at AB 377, established micro-enterprise home kitchen operations, or also called MECOs, as a new type of food facility in Cal Code. Once authorized, MECO home cooks may produce a broad variety of complex foods, including those that are potentially hazardous. Next slide, please. Microenterprise home kitchens may not operate in the county until authorization is granted by the governing body of that county. The Amador County Board of Supervisors is the governing body of the Environmental Health Department and has the authority to authorize MECO program for the entire county. But I should note, if approved, the board would not only be authorizing MECOs for the unincorporated county, but also for the 5 cities, regardless of whether those cities have authorized MECOs themselves. Furthermore, MECO would become a permitted use of a residential property for zoning purposes. It does not constitute a change of occupancy and considered a residence for the purpose of local building and fire codes. And I think that's really important to make note of that. Next slide, please. I'll repeat this a couple times. The Cal Code exempts MECOs from many specific standards normally required for a food facility that we normally see in a commercial level, primarily to accommodate the difference between a home kitchen and a commercial kitchen. If authorized, MECOs will be mandated, though, to obtain an operating permit from the Environmental Health Department and operate within certain parameters, including the operation must be conducted by a resident of a home or an apartment. It must be prepared and served on the same day. A MECO may serve a maximum of 30 meals per day and 60 meals per week. A MECO must sell directly to consumers for on-site dining, delivery, and takeout. And the operation is limited to 1 full-time employee, not including a family or household member. The operation would also be limited to $50,000 gross annual sales adjusted for inflation. And the operator must pass the food manager exam. I would like to also note that a MECO operator is required to submit an operations plan to the department, which would include a menu and anticipated operating hours, but as well as subject to initial and annual inspections, but they are announced. They are not required. There may not be unannounced visits. That's an important distinction from our commercial operators. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. To repeat, again, Cal Code exempts MECOs from specific standards normally required of a commercial food facility. And I can go over those exemptions in detail if the board would like me to go over those specifics. While supporters of MECOs identify some potential benefits to authorizing the program, there are a number of concerns and risks to consider, including but not limited to traffic, parking, noise, fire hazards, the impacts of oil and grease on private septic systems, which is near and dear to my heart, and public sewer systems, the serving of alcohol, the challenge of enforcing safe food handling in private homes, and for MECOs supplied by private wells ensuring potable water, which again, I think is going to be a challenge.
If I could interrupt you just
Yes.
for a second. If they're on a well, that means that they have to now get the, I forget the term. What is it, if you're, if you have a restaurant on a well?
We can go over that in a little bit.
Okay.
No, I mean, and that's what I would love to do. I would love to talk a little bit about the ordinance. So when we get to that decision, remind me, because I want to address the fact that if the Cal Code doesn't exactly identify something specifically, we have a little room to define what is potable. And that would be something we'd have to probably shake out for sure, because that's what other counties are struggling with, especially the rural counties, writing in what is considered potable, just like what we call those Cal Code systems you're talking about. And I'll remind me, we'll touch on that a little bit further. So last slide, oh, here it is. So the presentation was aimed really to give the board an initial high-level overview of MECOs, but I am prepared to go into a bit more detail with additional questions. The Environmental Health Department does welcome direction from staff. The board could request that the department staff return at a later date with an ordinance or resolution authorizing MECOs here in the county, consistent with Cal Code. Staff would, during the ordinance drafting process, of course, garner feedback from the cities, from unincorporated communities. We talk to business groups, and we'd also talk to the public and other, unincorporated communities, and we'd bring all that back to the board as part of that process, is how I envision it. Alternatively, the board could maintain the status quo, which I would like to point out most counties have done, is not opt in right now. The third option would be you could proactively opt out, like you'll see Siskiyou and San Joaquin have done. So those are kind of the 3 directions, and there's a lot of unknowns, and I do welcome the board's questions, and I welcome a chance to go into further detail if you guys are interested. Thank you so much for your time.
Your microphone.
The city of Jackson requires businesses to have a business license.
So my understanding is that they could still require that. And so there's a couple. So
shouldn't they start with the cities approving these MECOs rather
That's not
than?
how it was written.
But I'm not asking how it's written, but doesn't that make more sense?
It probably does, but unfortunately, the cities don't have their own environmental health program. And so they're putting it on the environmental health program and the jurisdiction that oversees us as the starting point. So a couple of cities like Berkeley, Pasadena have their own environmental health departments, and Long Beach too. Berkeley has opted in. I'm not aware that like Long Beach or Pasadena have. But yes, because if I followed San Diego's process of it, they have written an ordinance and it just was approved by their board, but it took, and they have like 18 cities to build, but they had to go out and build consensus with all their cities and find out what their concerns were. You're right, talk about zoning, because the zoning is a huge issue because it overrides residential zoning. It becomes a use by right. We'd have to really make sure the cities are on board, and we'd have to really work closely with them. That's how I would see it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Michelle, I have a question. So if it's used by right, was there an expiration date on it?
Well,
Because I'm looking, the reason why I'm asking is it says, MECOs operate in Amador County. There are also a number of concerns to consider, including but not limited to traffic, parking, noise, fire impacts, and serving alcohol. And we could grant somebody the ability to do this, and the neighbors may not really be aware of it, even though you might go through a hearing process and they'll go, oh, right. Well, I didn't know about it. So all of a sudden there's a parking situation and there's traffic situation. So I would like to see it to have to be renewed, and that the process, I don't think it should cost them anymore, but periodically there has to be a process in which it comes back and the public can say, hey, this is a real problem.
That's a really good point. So I want to touch on the nuisance issue and touch on the ordinance process. But you'll notice in that last slide, several counties, and San Diego being the latest, just opted, but they did a 2-year trial. So they had their staff write the ordinance. They did their communication with the cities, and then they only authorized a 2-year trial and a limit on the number of MECOs. So Lake County limited it on 10, for example, and just to see how it all works. But to answer your question about nuisances and noise, to me, that is going to be a challenge. We'd have to, while the MECO rule, the way the rules are written in Cal Code, you're not allowed to impinge on the food safety rules that are in there in terms of we can't require more of them than Cal Code requires. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of room that's not required what we would see with our counterparts in the commercial kitchens. They have a lot more room to be a lot less rigid in the food safety. But but the other part of the process would be probably to redefine, to make sure our nuisance ordinances cover some of those, because I'm not sure how much they do. We just finished a whole discussion on noise, but to me, that's going to be probably the biggest challenge for our staff. Again, not yet. I haven't jumped into the ordinance process yet. There's a lot more to learn, but I envision the complaints being our biggest staff time and knowing what to do about that. Because you're right, Supervisor Axe, that there's going to be neighbors that aren't going to like this. But right now, the way it's written, we can renew permits if we see, or we can reissue permits every year, I believe. But I don't think. And if there's real problems, there's probably some room to say, sorry, we're not going to issue it. But if it's allowed, we'd have to really think about how we want to write that ordinance.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't know.
It's a really good question.
That's going to be a problem, but it could be.
Yeah.
And so some people might complain about it. Now, whether that's warranted or not, I don't know. Some people don't want anything, and so they might, complain about everything. But also, do we have the bandwidth to handle this? If this were to go active, would you and all your staff be able to handle this?
My first instinct is no, but so if they're authorized, I want just if you had a moment, I would explain that we don't know the fiscal impacts really, because for example, Lake County, which I called and talked to because they seem to be similar to us in a lot of ways. They authorized a max of 10 for the first 2 years. He's only got 5, only 2 that are active. On the other hand, Riverside County has 125 MECOs, and Solano, which is under a really big county, only has 4. So we don't have a good sense of how many we'll have to manage if it became authorized. But I do think there's going to be a lot of time needed for program development, the outreach, I really would believe strongly in getting out to the cities and having those meetings and getting all those focus groups and talking to people, developing all the standards and permit forms and operating procedures, writing the ordinance and working with council to decide where do we have room to put in our own, to cover some of these concerns about what do we do if we get excess complaints? What do we do about septic?
Have you spoken with any city managers about it, or?
I've thrown it out there and they look at me like, so they get a little,
Okay.
yeah, just at first blush. Plan reviews, issuing of permits, and investigating complaints, and I imagine this, a lot of the questions coming in. So to be honest with you, I only have one consumer protection specialist right now, and he's full up, and I provide him with support. So yes, it will be an added workload. It will be an added stress, but that's, it happens in environmental health. We get new things all the time. But yes, it will be a challenge, I think.
Mr. Chair, can I make a few comments?
Yes.
Just a couple of comments and a question. This was brought to me by a constituent, and I know it's probably going to be a little more work, but I think we can minimize that by either calling it a pilot or temporary. I don't really like temporary, but if we go in with a pilot and just allow 5 or 10, but I think as far as the language for the ordinances, I mean, we routinely borrow other counties' language and try to pick out what's best for our county. So I think we'll have some examples to go by. I have a question on the requirements in state law. It says a maximum of 30 meals per day and 60 meals per week. Is that right?
Correct.
Because that doesn't sound like very much. If you can make 30 meals a day, then you're only allowed to make 30 meals 2 days.
So yes, you could do your all 60 in a day, or you could spread it out. But yes, 60 for the week and 30 max in a day. I will say that, yeah. And so just
not like very much.
Yeah, so it is minimized. The idea is that these should be micro enterprises. These are occurring in private homes, and the feedback I'm getting from Lake County and in talking to some of the other counties, and I do have, you're right, I have many pirated copies of ordinances, including Lake County, which is doing a pilot. So yes, we wouldn't be starting from scratch, Supervisor Forrester. So, but yeah, it's limited, but I've the feedback I'm getting from the counties that have implemented this, that it's really hard to track the number of meals and the amount of gross income. But
yeah,
yes, it is limited for a reason.
I think it's a good thing to help people get off the ground, and what starts as a micro enterprise may end up as a restaurant someday. So you may be out there helping to employ a lot more people.
Well, is this the spirit of, or one of the tenets behind this is to foster, developing a full-blown restaurant, which would then relocate somewhere else?
Yeah, I think, and I did listen to the whole board presentation. I do believe we have someone from the public who will want to speak as well. Christy's here, but in listening to San Diego's presentation, it was really presented as a kind of a social justice issue for a way to maybe help in some communities to have food deserts that people, especially in urban settings, that may not have access to home cooked meals. That was how it was kind of presented. And yes, they had a video that was put together by, I think, Riverside County, profiling a couple that was doing a micro enterprise kitchen. And that was both their wish that someday they could open a restaurant. So I do think that's, on that other side, that's what we're hearing. I'm happy to step aside whenever you'd like to hear from the public.
Well, the only curiosity question I had is going back to the wells, because that's a sore subject for the upcountry. And
it's our biggest challenge on most time. I would say the cottage food, for the amount of permit fee and the amount of smallness, they're the hardest to keep track of because they're homes and a lot of them, if they're upcountry, are on wells. And it's one thing to say you have to have coliform free or you have to be no nitrates. But then what if they are, and they're not like a regulated, water system that has where we've determined they have the resources to respond and correct. So all that would have to be defined ahead of time, but we run into it sometimes where it's like, oh no, they can't get a clean sample.
The California water, you have that, it's $900 a year fee just to handle that. So that's the reason
yeah. So that's the biggest stress sometimes. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but when someone comes to you and says, I have a dream but I can't get a clean sample from my well, you know, and it doesn't happen all that much, but that's something we'd have to really work together on what would that look like. And I'd probably mimic what we do already for our cottage food, which is quarterly or annual back teeth, depending on the type of operation, and then an annual nitrate.
So they wouldn't have to register for like a restaurant on a well? It's
not defined. So that's something we as a community, it looks like we can define. For example, Lake County leaves it very vague, must be potable. Then another county, I'm blanking on the name, I have it, they have a handout that says, here's your call form, here's that. So they do have an ordinance that they wrote in some more details for people. And I think we'd want to go that way. But
one of my restaurants up country couldn't open because of the fees that was required.
Right, and we helped her. She got it all worked out. So,
oh, did she?
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, and they were able to sell it, I think. So my advice to her is go ahead and get through the process and show someone it's doable. And she was able to do that. We got her connected with the state person. So, no, but they would not meet the definition of a public water system.
Right.
And since microenterprise is not defining what potable is, I don't think we're pigeonholed. But I sure as heck, we're going to want to make sure that they don't have you call higher coliform,
right.
You know, that kind of thing. But we'd have to work together, and I would come back with that defined if you had asked me to come back with an ordinance, whether it's a pilot or a, you know, full blown. But and like I said, we wouldn't, like Supervisor Forrester, Chairman Forrester said, we'd borrow from one of these counties that's only doing a 2-year. So.
You know, a question I'd have is, talked about serving alcohol.
Yes.
So do you have to buy a meal to be served alcohol?
It has to be a bona fide eating place in the eyes of ABC, but they are eligible to apply and receive an ABC license.
So they'd have to get an ABC license to do this?
Yes.
Wow.
ABC actually has a MECO fact sheet. So that was a new process for me.
Where I was wondering is why couldn't, I mean, if you don't have to buy a meal to get alcohol, why couldn't you just have a low rent bar, basically?
I don't know if well, that's really between them and ABC, I guess, but.
Well, just the cost of an ABC license is going to restrict most people from ever going that direction.
And you're right, they don't cite the cost in their handout, Chairman Forrester, yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I was a little bit concerned about how much, you know, I don't think you get that many applicants, but how much staff time it'd take, because you're probably a little low in staff as it is. Well,
it has to be an REHS, and so yes.
Do we have to do this, Michelle? Do we have to do this?
No, as you said from that one last slide, most counties have not opted in.
Okay.
There's only a handful that have opted in, and a couple that have actually proactively opted out. Both Calaveras and El Dorado have not opted in, and in fact, I talked to El Dorado this morning, and they did a presentation, and their board opted to stay out. So we're not behind not opting in, and we're certainly, you know, we would be one of the early ones, really. But I would say the conversations among the directors is this coming up all of a sudden? We're all one by one kind of coming before their boards to bring this up. So it's coming up, but most have not opted in.
Well, I think at this point it'd be good to reach out to city managers and see what their thoughts are on it, and also to hear from the public. Do they want something like this? I mean, is there, you know, before we even get to the pilot stage, but I think that would be the next step is, you know, after determining that, okay, it's something to take seriously, but then start off slow. And allow maybe 5 and see, because I would imagine they'd be more likely be in the cities than in the unincorporated area.
Right.
Also, how does this apply to wineries, which are kind of like MECOs, although I think they're not, they're allowed to have prepared food that they bring there, but can they become a MECO and then all of a sudden start preparing food?
No, it has to be. It's a really good question. I'm glad you asked. It has to be a primary residence. It has to be you operating in your primary residence. It can't be a second home. It can't be.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can't be a caterer.
But could you prepare the food in that kitchen in the primary residence and then take it over to your tasting room? And it has to be direct sale.
They order it, you serve it, or you order it and you deliver it you deliver it yourself. You're not allowed to go and have it be served or anything.
Well, they can deliver it to the tasting room.
Yeah, but I think if someone who was at the tasting room ordered it, I guess, but I would think that truly goes out beyond. And then the limit on the number of meals would help wash that.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
no,
I'm
it's,
against all this or whatever,
I
but
will
it's
tell
just
you though,
gonna come up.
yeah, I will tell you, between the cottage foods and between the wineries and between this, to be very blunt, it becomes to feel like the Wild West a little bit to us in environmental health. We're doing the best we can to keep people within categories that are in Cal Code, but everyone wants to push it, and we're just trying to do the best we can to keep people safe. But you're right, people will be creative. Yeah.
Or maybe can we restrict it to only incorporated areas because they have a stable water supply?
I think unfortunately it's the way it's written, and is that you as my governing body, if you opt in, it takes everyone with us, including the unincorporated.
Mr. Chair, why don't we hear from the public? We have a few hands up. I see on Zoom.
Yeah, I understand. We got one person in the audience, so if you would,
Three. Oh,
now we have
three hands up, yeah.
come on up.
You should get a gold star for being here all day. You, I'm talking about you.
I haven't said anything rude yet. Anywho, I'm Christy Bickerdike, and I live in Ione, and I wanted to start this process. They have a great group, by the way, because I got my cottage food for you guys, and everybody was really helpful, and they were knowledgeable, and I appreciate that. So the reason why I threw this out there to environmental health and you guys is because it is a process. And one of the things I've done is I've reached out to the state government, and especially the dingling that, started this non-law. See, I think the law is a non-law law. Basically, it was enacted to appease a group of people, but it really didn't have any definitive, oomph to it, which I think is ridiculous. But so we want to make a little oomph to it. That being said, I want to throw it out there, but I'm asking the state if this county or any county can adopt D'Amico with certain provisions. Like, I don't want anybody in my house eating food except my family. So I'm not going to serve. I think that was one of the most ridiculous things in the entire bill. I don't want strange people in my house. All right. I don't want to serve alcohol. I don't think they should be allowed to serve alcohol, because you're sending somebody out in the street, who you don't know what they're going to do. So in that respect, I've got your back. So I'm trying to reach out to them and find out if that's something that can be opted out of, accept some part of it, but opt out of these certain things, and I haven't gotten a response yet, but I will get a response. But, I work from home right now doing my CFO. I take care of my father. The way the county is growing, there is a need for certain things like Ione. Ione is a little desert for food. You cannot get a meal. You can get bits here and pieces there, and you might be able to go to one or two restaurants, but that wears out after a week or two. But there's, with the number of housing developments going in, there is a place for people that do meal production. I've done meal production since 2010. I've done it commercially. I've done it for retail. So I have a level of knowledge that maybe not 99% of the community doesn't have, but that's fine. But I'm here, and I want to do this, and I'll be happy to work with you. If you need help, reaching out to cities, city councils, whatever you need, I'll be happy to help you. I have the time and the knowledge to do it, So, and I know you don't have a whole lot of staff. So I'm just saying, I'd like to keep this on the table, revisit it, get some feedback, like you say, from the public, from, some of the cities, and see if it's doable. If it's not doable, that's fine. But if I'm paying, here in Amador County, it's great because I can find a commercial kitchen for $25 to $40 an hour. Even though I have to haul all my stuff up there and haul it back, it's a huge pain in my rear end. But I can do it. But that's also money out of my pocket, to be practical about it. So if I sell 2 meals for, say, $12 a piece, okay, that covers 1 hour of commercial kitchen time at the cheapest. okay? That doesn't include my food cost, my product cost, my packaging cost, my labeling cost, my license cost, all that, you know. So, you know, if you're going to have a business, you know, part of it is to make a living. You know, I have no intention of being a millionaire. If I was going to do that, it happened a long time ago. But, you know, there's a way to make a living, and I can have, you know, I can employ one person now. Okay, if I get to a point where I can move to a commercial building, you know, an actual storefront, I'd love to do that. I'd love to be able to employ people in my town, because there's people that really need productive work to do that's not available in town. So, anyways, I offer you my help. Anything you need, you got my number, so you know where I live.
Thank you.
But you know, if I can get some feedback from the state about putting certain conditions on an approval, like no alcohol, no parking, it has to be delivered, you know, something like that, I'm going to throw that back at you. Okay?
Okay. What kind of menu are you gonna have?
What kind of menu am I going to have? I'm going to have a variety of menus.
Okay.
All right. I have 67 recipes that have been tried and tested through a meal assembly program. I worked with Kaiser's down in the Bay Area, Kaiser's outpatient heart and diabetic programs to help people when they come out of the hospital, so that they know how to portion their food, get proper nutrition, but without, you know, eating 10,000 more calories than they need. So, and I've worked with the homeless, and I work with seniors, so it's all about give back. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Lauren?
Lauren, it looks like you don't have a microphone set up. We cannot unmute you.
That's a tough.
Yeah, that's an unmute. I haven't seen that one before. You want to skip to the next one?
I can't read it.
Hi. Go ahead, Roya, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Roya Bagari, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cook Alliance. The Cook Alliance is a leading nonprofit voice for home food entrepreneurs and the primary sponsor of AB 626. We have supported the implementation of efforts in other counties, as well as MECO legislation in other states across the country. Our mission is to protect home chefs, lower the barrier of entry for food businesses, and stimulate economic development. MECOs are an incredible tool for economic development and especially economic recovery and empowerment during these unprecedented times of pandemic recovery. MECOs create an inclusive pathway that empowers entrepreneurs to generate income and test their business concept, while providing flexibility for those who need to work from home, such as caretakers. Additionally, MECOs increase consumer access to diverse, healthy local foods and create stronger community ties. There are a number of individuals who are already operating illegally in the shadows on social media sites such as Facebook and Instagram, and a formal MECO program will not only help them, but it will also protect public health by creating clear, tailored regulations and training. The average cost of a brick and mortar restaurant is over $200,000, and even a food truck or commercial kitchen typically requires upfront costs of over $50,000. In comparison, the costs of starting a MECO is typically less than $1,000. Our organization has actively supported permitted MECO chefs, the majority of whom are women and people of color, with education and resources, and have seen the success firsthand. For example, in Riverside County, where cooks have been operating for over 2.5 years, there have been 0 food safety issues and a 98.5 code compliance enforcement rate in regards to traffic, noise, signage, and odors. There were only 2 complaints that were quickly addressed. The caps in the law limit MECO sales to a maximum of 30 meals per day and 60 meals per week, which is less than the amount of food that would be cooked per week for a family of 4. There have been no reports that MECOs diminish property value, and in fact, we've heard about positive comments from neighbors about the advantages of having a legal MECO in the neighborhood. The caps also help ensure that MECOs and brick and mortar restaurants can coexist while creating a pathway to business ownership for lower income food professionals that have traditionally been excluded. Restaurant associations in other counties have actually come out in support of the MECO program. And considering the number of people already operating informally, this program will equalize the field with restaurants because home chefs will also have to obtain permits and training and pay applicable taxes. Riverside County received a California State Association of Counties Merit Award for their home kitchen ordinance in 2020. And the MECO program has since spread to include 10 jurisdictions across the state, with many more looking into implementation. Santa Clara County also voted unanimously earlier today to direct their staff to do outreach and come back with options for an ordinance. So there are lots of examples of other ordinances that you all can replicate to make the implementation process as simple as possible. We've seen these incredible impacts of the program firsthand on inclusion, incubation, and innovation in local communities, and urge Amador County to provide this opportunity for their residents by directing the health department to return at a later date with an ordinance or resolution to authorize MECOs. This will give your county staff the opportunity to conduct outreach to the community and independent research that will confirm the success of these programs. We'd also be happy to work with your staff to answer any questions and provide support. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Nancy Chang.
Hello?
Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to call in today to support MECO, and I just wanted to give you the perspective of somebody that is like currently a permit holder. I live in Alameda, which I know is different from your city, but what I do with my work, I feel really connected with it because I think that food is a way for people to like tell a story, and the people that I've seen in our community that we're building our businesses in this way, like each person has something really beautiful and unique to tell through like the food they're offering. Me personally, I understand, about things like nuisance and noise. For me, like I feel like 90% of the work that I do is all, even though I personally don't have people come into my home, like the service window that people offer, I feel like is something that is really containable to like the overall work that's needed to produce food for people each week. And also I lost my job to COVID, and it was something that like that my business, I've always wanted to do it, and just being able the time to incubate it and have a overhead way of exploring an idea that just means like a lot to me is just amazing, because from an economic perspective, like I should be a small business owner at all. There's just like so much work that it takes to maintain and build a business, to even have somebody like trust you to come to your home to purchase food. Like all of that takes tremendous effort and work. And I think that it's really good community building as well, because each week when I am making my soups and I deliver them to my customers, like I get to know people in my community in a different way, and like it's just so sweet. Like I also donate to profits in Oakland for people in my demographic, and it's just such an enriching way to like use business as a way to connect with and make a positive impact in community. And so it's just like, if people are rowdy, I think that there's definitely ways to prevent that from happening. I would hope that with the pandemic happening, people would be more conscious to not create a space where they could be a spreadable area. But, I think that hopefully most people are practical about public health in your county. And, like MECO has just been endlessly positive for me to be able to share my story through food, take care of people, and be a small business owner. So scary as it is, and like being able to like afford it because I can do it at home is like a game changer for me to reach out and tell people that I even exist. So thank you so much for your time and for listening. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Lauren, did you get your?
To try something just a second. Okay, I think we see the problem. Lauren, can you unmute your phone, and you should be able to be heard? We see the audio and the video. You need to unmute your phone, and you should be able to speak.
Is it *9?
Unmute, I'm not sure.
Can you Google on Zoom real quick, or,
No, I know when I'm on Zoom, something, if I press *6, it'll mute or unmute me. So you might try *6.
Try *6, Lauren. Move on for a conversation.
Yeah, we'll be here forever waiting for that.
Yeah, *6, toggle, mute and unmute. *9 is to raise the hand. I knew it was. Okay, well, it looks like we have a technical problem with Lauren's, but let's move on. And this is direction to staff as desired.
Michelle, Siskiyou County is a rural county with limited staff, and they were ones that preemptively opted out. You have any idea why that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
They opted out for food, if I recall. They just felt that for food safety and enforcement issues, they just felt that it wasn't, their public health officer and their director came together and said, I just don't think it's a good program for our county. But they are awfully rural.
And they probably only have one incorporated city or maybe two, where we have 5.
We have 5, correct.
And I agree with Pat. Would be nice. I think it was Pat, to hear from the cities how they feel about it before we dump it on them.
Looking at it from the other end of the telescope.
No, I think it absolutely has to be part of the process. This today was just kind of, here's what it's all about, and let me know where you want me to take the conversations for sure.
Well, if we go to our CAO, Chuck, when is your next meeting with the cities?
Yeah, with the mayor.
We don't have one set, but I can call one together to meet with the city managers.
That might be a good first step, just to get
to
temperature of the water.
Could you get that done in the next couple weeks so we could, because if we're going to move with this, we should move with it if the cities are comfortable. I think if we start with a pilot, frankly, of 5 to 10, it would be manageable. Now I'm speaking for our environmental health department, but maybe that's the wrong thing to do. But if we had a pilot, I don't think that would overwhelm you. Yes, you'd have the initial process of getting the ordinance put together. But like you said, we have examples from other counties.
And Richard, you're calling it a pilot. I think temporary might be better, because a pilot means we're doing something and they're in that door. I'd be looking at saying, hey, well, we're going to try it, and if it doesn't work out, we may close that door and they'd go away.
Not every pilot works. Sometimes the airplane crashes.
Be nice.
I believe we can borrow from Lake County on their language about it sunsetting if there's no guarantee past 2 years, if I recall, something like that. But
yeah, in
that's why you don't want
case
to get
it's a
too
real
many.
stinker, we're not stuck with having some of these out, where it's not working out.
Correct.
It's what's really going to take a lot of staff time is the knowledge of the applicants. Really, I mean, if we have an applicant who knows what they're doing, and I think this lady over here knows what she's doing, it will go quickly. It's the people who come in and say, I've never done it before, but I've got the idea of starting a restaurant. And then staff needs to walk.
Yeah, we get a lot of that. That's a really good point. It's and that's one thing that Shasta actually pointed out to me. It's just people just kind of go, and where do I start? And you might handhold. Oh, never mind.
They watch the Cupcake Wars or something like that and decide to.
Well, no, that you're right. And then you may not get any plan check fee from it or anything. So that's a big chunk of what we do anyways, which is that initial help me sort out my dream kind of conversations. And we're happy to do that. But this, I think there's the potential for, might be a lot of education.
Yeah. So leaving or setting it, at least no more than 5 in the first year would probably be a good plan.
And one thing that Lake County did was they limited 1 per supervisorial district, 2 per supervisorial district. I don't know if that's something, I just want to throw that out there, but I would, if you directed me to come back with a sample ordinance and then combined with feedback from the cities, we could do that. I could come up with something to kind of throw out at you.
Let me talk to the city managers.
Okay.
If they all hate this idea, then maybe it's something, it's a non-starter. And then we could bring it back maybe to land use.
Okay.
Or a different committee and talk about it there.
Well, also, again, Michelle, it seemed like what I also heard one of the other people comment is that this is really a prototyping, testing your business model.
Correct.
And for a restaurant. And so can they be allowed to operate it for a certain amount of time and then they have to become a real business,
Yeah,
go
I haven't
beyond
thought of
makeup?
that.
Pardon me?
I haven't thought of that. It's a good question. I just, yeah, because the reason people are going to be drawn to the home kitchen is that, the requirements are just so much minimum compared to what,
Well,
that's under
I
feedback we might
understand
get from
that,
some of
but
our
then
restaurants.
also there might be a tendency for some to maybe make more than 30 meals if they could, or,
Mhm.
it's going to be hard to enforce and know all that.
Yes, and I know that in talking to,
I'm just playing devil's
no,
advocate here.
absolutely, absolutely. I think that's one of the hardest part was people may complain and say, I know they're doing more meals. Well, that's really hard to keep track of. And I know Shasta or Lake County warned me, it's like, just be prepared. It's really hard to enforce anything in a private home. It's the people, you don't know, the people are pretty much allowed to do anything in between preparing meals.
But
That's just the reality.
I don't want to be too negative on this though, because we're out, kind of our job is to help people make a living and
agree.
Get on their feet. So I think as it's presented to the city managers, it should be in a positive light and go from there.
Okay.
I agree. I think also, with the costs of everything these days, I mean, we have to think outside the box, maybe go back to like boarding houses for housing, where the room and a meal that's prepared on site. Understand.
Well, you're staking and making statements and nobody else in Zoom is hearing you right now. Right. Well, the other supervisor's up there on the screen, so.
Welcome.
I agree with you on that because I've worked with a lot of food places, and it's hard to sort out who has a certain standard, and who is just crap. And I know that's a hard thing to do because you can't just go tell somebody they're crap, But, if we can talk to the cities, that would be great. I'm very blunt, I'm sorry about that. I don't pussyfoot around. But if we can talk to the cities, and if it's a no, that's fine, but if we can find some way of getting something done, I would love to be able to open my food business, which is tried and tested, by the way, in Amador County. Not only will it give me a living, which I really don't need because my father, I'm taking care of my father, I get paid to do that. So, and that's my priority. But if I could open a place, I could have my own living, that's not related to my father. I can employ people that need jobs. Because, there's jobs here, but some people don't have the skills. Everybody that's ever worked for me came to me with zero skills. And by the time they got done, they knew how to run a kitchen. They knew how to run a restaurant. I have one of my children, I call them my children, went and was second chef at a 5-star restaurant in Lafayette, California. And he came to me with no knife skills at all. So you know, it's not just for me, it's for the community as well. But I appreciate you guys' time.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate.
Looks like we got a, can you,
You want to go to Roya next?
yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. I was just going to say that, again, we'd be happy to also, you know, assist with some of the process of speaking with cities and providing that data and, you know, support, because, you know, even if 5 people are able to open up a MECO, this could make a significant change in their lives, and it could be just a great opportunity. So we recognize that you know, your health department is spread thin. So if you have any questions that we can provide answers to, we'd be happy to.
I thank you. And then the next one.
Go ahead, Mary.
Hi, everyone again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm very excited about this. I would love to move my cafe to my home. But I'm curious, in these other cities that have done this, did the sewer and water bills rates change for those MECOs?
I have no idea, Mary. We'd have to get some of that. We'd have to get some of that feedback from them. I do know that we're not allowed to put any restrictions on requiring grease traps, and that is actually specifically called out, is my understanding. So, educating on grease generation to protect our sewers as well as the septic systems. But that's a great question, Mary. I would imagine the use goes up, but we'd have to get a little feedback for sure. Maybe Riverside would be a good place to start.
During the height of the pandemic, the city of Jackson was kind enough to allow us to operate as a bakery, because that's basically what we were doing, to go and bakery. As a cafe, it's gone up 400%. Now that we have more seating, we're not up to full seating. But if my home is a better place to do this, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Okay, I think we have direction. Okay. We'll get some feedback from the cities initially, and then if it sounds like there's some positive interest or willingness to consider, I would maybe prepare a draft ordinance and that maybe gather some of that feedback and go to land use. Does that sound, do I understand that sound reasonable to everyone? Okay. Thank you so much for all your time. Oh, thank you for being here for all day. Okay. Our next one is 5E, EMCC Committee, acceptance of register, now, it's the end of the day. Resignation of Brian Hamry and consideration of committee member applications to fill the vacancy to primary and alternate general public seats. Supervisor Crew sat in for me on this meeting.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Do we have to make a motion to accept the resignation of Ryan, or is that just?
You can do it all in one motion.
Okay.
Whoever it is you want to appoint, and so.
Anyway, Ryan Hamry is a battalion chief with AFPD, and he had the public member seat for the EMCC, and he resigned his position, and there's 4 or 5 candidates. All, I would say, could do the job. Myself, I think that we should do an AFPD. Justin Jelinek had the same battalion chief with AFPD. And the reason I like a boots on the ground guy to deal with the ambulance, highway patrol, sheriff, and the other members is because he's there every day. These other, some are career, but they're volunteer firefighters in Ione or in Plymouth, and they don't have that everyday contact with boots on the ground problems, whether those come up or not. I've only been to one meeting, but that was my take on it.
Yeah, we also get to pick an alternate also. Any thoughts on that?
Isn't there already an alternate?
Mike East is the alternate
Oh, he is the alternate.
currently.
Okay.
In fact, he says that in his,
Right.
application letter, so.
Mr. Chairman, we do have Mike East on Zoom, if you'd like to hear from him.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, so this is
Go ahead,
Mike. Can you
Mike.
guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, I'd originally applied for the general public primary seat as Aaron Jackson. Friends of mine, Donna and Aaron Jackson. Aaron was going out, and I had applied for the primary seat, and you guys put me in the fire agency alternate seat is where I wound up being placed. So I did submit another application to be placed in the primary general public seat. And Ryan Hamry also submitted, I believe you should have in a packet, a resignation letter as well with a recommendation.
We do.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, we also have Alan McNanny, who's the chairman of the EMCC, if you'd like to hear from him.
Please.
Go ahead, Alan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name's Alan McNanny, currently chair of the EMCC committee. And I would just like to throw my recommendation of moving Mr. East from the alternate fire district seat into the primary general public seat. Basically, just because Mr. East currently is not associated with a fire department. And I think being an alternate member of the fire districts is kind of an inappropriate place for him. And then I would like to see the alternate fire district seat be filled by the Fire Chiefs Association.
Well, I thought Mike was a volunteer for AFPD.
I think he was. I'm not sure that he's.
You could probably answer that. Mr. East, are you still a volunteer for AFPD?
Yes, but when I originally applied, I had applied for this for the general public seat because I don't want to be affiliated with a fire agency. I was more concerned with holding a general public seat. There's people with agency career jobs that I think should hold the agency seats, but that's just kind of my opinion.
That kind of makes sense in a way, really.
I think the people who are involved day to day are the ones who should sit on that committee.
Yeah.
They only meet quarterly, right?
Correct.
So there's a lot of time between meetings. So, and they'll all do a good job. I'm ready to make a motion if we do, unless we want more.
Anything else? Discussion? Okay. Take your motion.
All right, well, I would make a motion that we accept the resignation of Ryan Hamry as the public member of EMCC and install Justin Yelenick for the member of the public seat on EMCC.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'll second, and I'd like to know if Mr. McNanny has just inadvertently left the hand up again.
No.
There we go.
Okay. Call for a vote. Jennifer?
Second that, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, Richard
Okay.
is a second.
You know, under discussion,
Okay.
I mean, we've got emergency department manager, we've got a lot of different public entities who are specifically set aside, and there's one general member of the public, but if you're having, why even have a general public member then? Nothing against Justin Yelenick. I like and respect Justin, don't get me wrong. But that's just a thought I have.
In the old days, Supervisor, it could have been a doctor when they were all independent operators and weren't tied up with a hospital. You know, they still had some knowledge of the field.
I understand.
We have another
No
hand.
business, I guess.
We have another hand up too.
Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, so I serve on that committee as well as the alternate. And as long as I've been on that committee, there actually has been a member of the public that was not related to any other agency. And as a member, they have actually brought a lot of good ideas and suggestions from a community member that knows nothing about fire, EMS, or a law, that those of us that do have the boots on the ground, as you refer to, Mr. Cruz, we don't have that perception sometimes. So we need that person that can say, you know, well, what about this or what about that? Because we don't think about some of those things sometimes. So the community member is an important position. And I think by filling it with multiple fire people or law or EMS or whatever the case may be, I think we're doing a disservice to our community.
Thank you, Michelle.
I think most of the names that have been presented to us are involved in fire one way or another, so none of them are true public members.
Right.
Okay, we're still calling for a vote. We have a motion on the floor to accept the resignation, and then putting Battalion Chief Yelnick in the primary public position.
Supervisor Onetto?
Nay.
Supervisor Crew?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Axe?
Yes.
And Supervisor Forster?
Yes.
Okay. That was 4-1. Now, is there still another position, you know, because it shows here that the alternate general, so who is the? We still have a position open?
Well, then you'd have moving Mike East, alternate fire. That's not.
Just a clarification on my part too. What I said earlier about as far as the general public position, I didn't mean for it to go away, but if we're just be putting, you know, lifetime career people in there, you know, why have it? That was what I said.
Okay, well. We'll probably come
Supervisor,
back later.
don't you think that just about every application we have is somebody who's been involved in the fire service? None of them are really true public members.
I didn't say involved, I said lifetime. You have people who have done it for a career versus people that they may volunteer and do it on a temporary basis, but it's not like it's their main occupation.
Mr. Chairman, we do have Mike East again.
Yes, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, my mute button wasn't working. And just to provide a little more focus here, I'm actually a user of the system. I had a heart attack a few years back, and it allowed me to experience some pieces of this system that a lot of people don't get to see. So that was pretty much why I was really interested in the public seat. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay, going on to next, 5F, change
Oh,
of,
excuse me, we're gonna leave the alternate seat.
I guess,
we're unsure.
That's why I would just,
It says it needs to be filled.
Said, the agenda item says fill the vacancies to the primary and alternate.
No,
general
I
public
agree, but that's what I was trying to find out, because somebody just said it was Michael East was the alternate.
I thought he was the alternate for the fire.
Fire,
we got
okay.
I think Mr. McNanny might have a clarification.
yeah, okay, good.
Alan?
So, gentlemen, I would like to fill the alternate general public seat. Some of the meetings we have to cancel due to lack of quorum. Participation has been light, so to say, over the last year. I'd like to get a active committee working again so we can move on with agenda items. Sometimes we have to go 6 to 9 months since we only meet 4 times a year to actually get some work done. If you're looking for a recommendation for the alternate of a general public seat, I would recommend Matt Salmons. He was an ex-employee of ours. He is currently a paramedic, works for Sac Metro. Very good gentleman. Been a longtime community member also.
But would he be able to attend the meetings since he's works for Sac Metro?
I think with 4 times a year, he can, and there's set meetings every quarter. He knows the schedule years out, so I don't think it'll be an issue.
His application's in there, why not?
Is it?
Yeah,
It is.
Okay, right.
The last one, or before you.
Second to last, okay. You want to amend your motion then to put that in?
yeah, we could amend that, or we could just have a new motion to accept Matt Salmons for the public member alternate seat. Is that correct, Alan? That's the seat?
Yes.
Second.
Okay. A second?
Second.
Okay. So, Jennifer? Well,
Supervisor Onetto?
Aye.
Supervisor Crew?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Axe?
Yes.
Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Okay. That's complete. Now we're going to 5F, change order authorization for public works contracts. Suggested action, authorize staff to amend section 4-1.05, changes and extra work of the public works contract specification to include language authorizing the director of public works to approve change orders for the amount not to exceed $10,000 per modification, or the sum of all changes ordered totaling 5% of the contract price.
Richard is here. Faster than either Ryan or I.
So this was before the board previously, and I think the board was okay with the concept, but the language wasn't clear about whether or not you asked for us to tweak the language.
Of the 5% or the 10,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we worked on it, and we came up with language we think does what the board intended. And if the board agrees, then you can authorize this change, which will be a change to the sort of standard template in the contract as we go forward.
And we looked at it at the subcommittee level and seemed to think it was fine.
Yeah.
So do I have
More
a motion?
procedural, yeah.
Actually, anybody in the public? And next, anybody on Zoom? Okay, nobody on Zoom. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion then to authorize staff to amend section 4-1.05, changes and extra work of the Public Works contract specifications to include language authorizing Director of Public Works to approve change orders for amounts not to exceed $10,000 per modification, or the sum of all change orders totaling 5% of the contract price.
Second.
Okay, Jennifer?
Supervisor Onetto?
Aye.
Supervisor Crew?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Axe?
Yes.
And Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Okay. 5-0. We have last on here is, the minutes.
Move to approve.
Under discussion, I had a couple changes. I'll second that.
Okay, you're gonna second, okay.
On page 3, under, consent agenda, talks about, item 5E. Goes on, states, where it basically was quoting me. Supervisor Nettle stated he wanted to register an opposing vote on item 5E and substantiate his vote by saying he is not opposed to a salary increase for elected officials in general. I was aware that they have, and it says they have not received the cost of living since 2013. They received one, I believe, I think it was like 2 or 2.5%. So I'd like that change that they have only received one cost of living increase since 2013. And then the next, the very last line, however, we felt the increase should have been more moderate, which is where it was. But then it goes on specifically, but not limited to the increase in longevity pay. I'd like maybe Jennifer to re-listen those minutes. That doesn't seem quite like the wording I used. Something doesn't seem right there. So, and if we make a correction to that, and with that, I'm okay with the minutes.
Okay, I'll modify my, motion to include those changes and potential changes.
Hold on for, on page 5, on motion number 1 at the bottom, Brian, did you vote for that or were you a no?
Page 5?
Page 5 on the reconsideration. I just want to make sure you voted for it.
I think I was a no.
I believe you did vote for it.
Yeah, you voted for
the reconsideration. You did. That didn't mean, you qualified it by saying, doesn't mean that you're going to.
Okay, yeah, no, the reconsideration, yep, okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Bring it back.
I voted for it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
then I'll second.
Frank is right.
Then I'll
Anything
second
else,
the motion.
Okay. We already got a second. It's Supervisor Axe and Supervisor Onetto. Jennifer, you want to go for the vote?
Supervisor Onetto?
Aye.
Supervisor Crew?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Axe?
Yes.
Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Okay. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank God.